I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of Texas Open Meeting Act. Texas Government Code Section 551.074 to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel, and 551.076 to discuss intruder detection security audit. And the time is 5:31. The board will now convene into open session, and the time is 6:15. On behalf of the trustees, I would like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast Independent School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during the Matters from the Floor section of the agenda. If you signed up to address a specific action agenda item, you will be called at that time. We wish to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it is our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. Disruptions to this meeting by anyone will not be tolerated. In the event any person or group disrupts the meeting, a warning will be given to stop any disruptive behavior. Anyone persisting in disruptive behavior will be removed from the meeting. The board may also call a recess in the event of persistent disruptions, so that individuals who engage in disruptions can be removed. It is our intent to conduct the meeting in an orderly fashion. Finally, I would like to remind you that it is the mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. Item 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. A, Jackson Middle School, Ms. Rubio.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Cynthia Rubio. I'm the proud principal of Jackson Middle School, and it's my pleasure to be here this evening with two outstanding students. Both students exhibit maturity, confidence, and kindness that make them extremely unique leaders on our campus. Providing the invocation for this evening is 7th grader Jacob Davidson. Jacob is here with his twin brother, Joshua, younger brother Caleb, Mom Allison, Dad Brian Davidson, so please stand and be recognized. Jacob is an amazing athlete that runs cross country and track. He plays basketball, and he's a member of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. He plays in the honors band, competes in robotics, Cyber Patriots, and he is a member of NEISD's Kids School Health Advisory Committee. He's a straight-A student with a full load of honors classes. Most of all, he's an amazing role model for his brothers, his friends, and everyone who has the pleasure to work with him. Reciting the pledge this evening is 8th grader Sarah Garcia. Sarah is accompanied by her brother Francisco, Mom Elaine, and Dad Francisco Garcia. Please stand and be recognized. Sarah is an A-B honor roll student in honors courses who competes in academic UIL. She is in our student-to-student program. She's vice president of NJHS, and she's currently running for president of Student Council. She is also first chair in orchestra, and she plays the violin. She's no stranger to the mic, as she conducts our morning announcements and Pledge of Allegiance daily. We thank you all for the opportunity to be here this evening, and thank you all for serving our community and our school district.
I invite you all to rise and bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today to request guidance for the following board meeting. We trust that you, the all-powerful Creator, will grant wisdom to each and every person participating. Allow us to make decisions that benefit the well-being of everyone in and related to NEISD, and that we have clear and logical heads to meet the needs of our schools. Let here be the place where we strive to make things better for all of NEISD's students, staff, and families. We thank you for your blessings, that you have kept us safe and removed from the chaos of our world. Thank you for protecting us from the dangers that alarm our community. Continue your goodness and help this district to be a shining example of equality, prosperity, and academic excellence. In your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Jacob and Sarah, if you will come forward, we have certificates for you, and we'd like to take a picture of you with Dr. Micah and Ms. Villarreal and Ms. Rubio, if you'd like to get in there as well. And parents, please feel free to take pictures as well. Thank you again for being here. You both did a wonderful job. You're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to leave because it sounds like we have some very busy students active in all kinds of activities. So thank you again for being here. Item 6, recognitions. A, President's remarks on acknowledgement of special calendar events. There are none for December except starting Monday. It's a break, right? Christmas break. Item 7, matters from the floor. The trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present on a topic related to district business for up to 3 minutes, but are not permitted to make 1, personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised using the district's grievance policies, 2, a personnel action, 3, a student disciplinary matter, 4, a complaint about a particular student, 5, or pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privilege of addressing the board at future meetings. If you signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that item. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind causing a disruption to the meeting will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@neisd.net or by mail care of the superintendent's office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas 78217. Ms. Huey.
Number 1,
I guess it's my turn. With that said, Madam President, board members, thank you so much for allowing me to come out. It was brought to my attention that this school board is probably one of the most fabulous ones out here. And with that said, I'm here to present awareness. Awareness with the notion and the opportunity of what I've got going on. Y'all might remember back in the day.
Yeah. Will you just state your name for the record, please?
My name is Adam Salyer. I live at 125 Universal City. With that said, I was city council for 4 years at Universal City and ran for state rep, and I actually own a semi-professional basketball team. Y'all might remember the red, white, and blue ball from back in the day. Well, I got a team, and it's not just the Spurs. We got something we're doing. I've had 28 players signed across this land. I've got 4 guys that are in the G League. I've got 3 guys that are with the Harlem Globetrotters today. Not to mention, I also have a nonprofit called Little Angels Image. And with that said, it's a reading, mentorship, physical fitness program for the kids. I've got 5 different colleges I'm connected with. Right now, we started an internship program with San Antonio College, which is where we're playing at. I'd like to invite y'all and let you know, here's some tickets for the kids, if you don't mind. I'd like to hand that to y'all. Feel free, it's on me. Come on out and embrace a good family fun environment of what we got going on. I just want to get y'all involved with something additional. And to show you the proof we've got, you're not seeing this. We actually won the division last year. Over 200 teams across the nation. I've actually had 1 intern out of the past 10 years signed up with me. That intern is Aiden Polanis, and he's actually going to Churchill. That shows you where y'all are the most fabulous district out there. You're getting aware and you're getting your kids involved. That is such a blessing, and I thank each and every one of y'all for doing it right. You're teaching our kids the right way. Thank y'all so very much for allowing me. So are my colleagues up here. Thank y'all so much for embracing me. God bless you, and go Seraphim.
Yes. Do you mind handing your tickets over here to Ms. Turner?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
That would be great. Thank you. Oh, if you have room. Sorry, making you juggle all that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Give them to the kids. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. Possible action regarding routine personnel including but not limited to administrative appointments. A, the principal of Garner Middle School. Do I have a motion to approve as discussed in executive session?
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit by Texas School Safety Center. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Madam President. As we discussed in closed session, between our last board meeting and this one, we've had 10 audits out at our campuses. 8 of them were clean. 2 of them we had a finding at that were addressed immediately upon it. I just want to stress a couple of things. One, I want to ask our parents that are listening or maybe in the audience, please speak to your children about not opening doors to strangers. Even if they're school employees know the doors or should know the doors that they have a card reader at and they need to use them. The other one is just to remind the staff, always make sure our doors are closed behind you when you walk out. Because safety, as we talk about, isn't any one job or person's job, it's all of our jobs. So, thank you.
Thank you. Item B, Northeast Educational Foundation Annual Report to the Board of Trustees for July 2022 to June 2023 fiscal year. Ms. Sanchez Rocha.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. So I'm pleased to provide an overview of the accomplishments achieved by our department over the course of the past year. Within our team, we undertake dual roles, focusing on partnerships and foundation initiatives. While I delve into the achievements pertaining to partnerships towards the conclusion of this presentation, I would like to start by emphasizing the noteworthy content found in the Northeast Educational Foundation's annual report for the fiscal year of 2022-2023. We have provided a hard copy of our annual report to you as well in your packets. The mission of the Northeast Educational Foundation is to cultivate and extend educational opportunities for students within the NEISD district. We provide financial support for various projects and programs through our innovative grants, empowering educators to enrich their curricula and augment student educational experiences. We have a mighty team who is displayed on the screen, but I have to tell you that Sparky is the one who always takes center stage, no matter who Sparky is. So, our board portfolio is characterized by diversity, enhancing the breadth and depth of our overall impact. So this year, Ms. Kimberly Prater is our board chair, but she does send her apologies as she has mommy duties this evening, so she's unable to attend. I'm Catherine Roach. I'm the executive director, and I have been since 2022, and I'm an alumni happy to serve for the district that has gotten me this far back home. So I'll delve into our grants. Last year, we supported 16 elementary schools, 7 middle schools, 5 high schools, and 1 district grant, totaling $271,049 for innovative grants. In the 2022-2023 fiscal year, we achieved remarkable successes by raising nearly $800,000 through our major fundraising campaigns. Through donors and matching funds from the board, we also raised an additional $100,000 for Camp Henson's Rappel Tower. Here's the total of our assets where we saw an increase in investments because, as we all know this last year, rates were increasing. Our checkbooks are thankful for that. And last year we saw, so in this slide, it shows how much NEAF has given back to NAISD over the past 4 years. What we're looking at is a decrease this year, or this last year, simply because there were some leadership changes on the NEAF board. My role was new as well. Our designated giving increased, which meant a little bit less money for grants, but that in itself shows that our donors really want to know where their money goes. They want specifics on where their money goes. So if they want to know, is my money going to the Rappel Tower rather than just innovative grants in general? We also did not give as much money to matching monies to Fund a Need last year, but I'm happy to say that our net worth increased by $182,897 because of our investments. So in addition to innovative grants, we give $7,500 for new teacher supply grants. At the new teacher orientation, we usually give 75 teachers $100 to be used for classroom supplies. Upon assuming my current role, I recognize the pivotal role that social media plays for our operations. One of our primary objectives was to augment our social media outreach and presence. In the past fiscal year, we observed a substantial surge, registering 380% increase in likes and follows on Facebook, coupled with 321% expansion in reach on Instagram. However, our Twitter, or X as it's now called, experienced only a modest uptick of 7%. This limited growth on Twitter can be attributed to the platform's recent changes, resulting in a comparatively lower ROI. I would also like to take this opportunity to delve into our partnership roles. Through our proactive engagement with local businesses, we successfully expanded our partnerships by incorporating 50 new businesses into our network, while retaining the support of over 180 existing partners who share our commitment to support Northeast Independent School District. So here comes the exciting part of our presentations, which is our grants. We have an incredible team that helps with grants, and one of those amazing roles that Olga is charged with is creating grants and action videos for all the grants we award. So, with that, I would like to present our compilation video showcasing the innovative grant awarded for the academic year 2022-2023. While this video does not encompass all the grants due to time constraints, it does give a comprehensive overview of the exceptional initiatives crafted by our educators for the benefit of our students. So finally, thank you from our board and our staff for your support for Northeast Educational Foundation. And at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions?
No, I'd really just like to say thank you all really for all the great support across the district for the students and staff and all of these great opportunities. So we'd really appreciate everybody who's involved with the NEAF. It's wonderful.
We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much, sir.
I wanted to say thank you. I watched this, and it makes me want to go back to school. We didn't have any of this cool stuff when I was in school. Did you guys? No. I know. It was not even close.
No, and if you follow our social media Facebook page, you'll see every one of the schools have their own individual video clips that we take throughout the year, and so they're all there or on YouTube. So.
Do we have this on our website?
Jason's shaking his head, yes,
Yeah.
maybe.
Probably on the,
Well,
Foundation
the partnerships and the foundation is attached to the NEISD website, yes.
I mean, prominently? No, I'm serious, prominently, because it shows a side of our district that I think people should know about and what we have to offer.
Well, could that be a ticker maybe across the top one day or something?
I
can just tell you that, I don't know. I wish I had there she is. That's our webpage person right there, Maisha. I know that there's a lot of work that goes into building that page from an ADA compliance piece to making certain that people are finding what they need. So I know there's a lot of thought into it. So I don't want to make a promise, Ms. Villarreal. We just have to simply talk to her, because I can tell you since Maisha came in, and they are a team of two, they do some amazing work, and they've done a lot of redesign on our webpage and have brought forth a much better product. And we can see it through, I think Ms. Chancellor's going to talk a little bit about it, but so we can look at how we can maybe make it a little more prominent. I just don't want to make a promise tonight that, yeah, it's going to be on the ticker, because I don't know there's a reason that she's the expert, I'm not.
So I will just say, we do work closely with comms and the media team, and they give us so much support. We're incredibly grateful and hopeful for that, so thank you all.
yeah, I want to say thank you for being involved in it for a number of years. The steady work that comes out of that group is pretty incredible, and even though I know last year wasn't the grant amount everybody wanted to get, but I think everybody worked really hard to try to get good, solid grants to teachers that needed them. And the new teacher grants that got started several years ago is great, because they get a little small boost. It's not a ton, but enough to say welcome to our district and do what you can.
Absolutely.
So, anyway, thank you to you and Madison and Brooklyn, Olga and Sparky for everything y'all do. So thank you.
Yes, you can't miss Sparky. So,
Now, I hear you're concerned that there wasn't that many, but it wasn't that long ago that we were excited to do $125,000 a year in grants. So where we were then and where we are now is amazing. So thank you so much for
well, we couldn't
for
do it
leading
without
this
our donors and
downward,
supporters
yeah.
and
So, yeah.
support from the board. So we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update. Item C, Balanced District Scorecard Update Priority 3, Ms. Chancellor.
Yeah, I think, are you going to move over to the podium?
I think we have the clicker working
Okay.
from here, so we'll see how it goes. If not, I may need to get up and move in just a minute. But Madam President, board members, executive staff, and guests, I have the privilege tonight to give an update on Priority 3 of our Balanced District Scorecard, and that is the stakeholders portion. It is we collaborate with students, families, and community members to support our learning. So we'll start tonight with our first objective, which is Objective 3.1, which is student relationships will be supported through regular opportunities for feedback. Our key actions here conduct campus and district student panels and/or surveys to gather feedback. So I do want to mention that all campuses do something. Many of them do many things. So we're just going to give you a little bit of an overview of examples from each, the elementary, the middle, and the high, because we could go on for a really long time about all of the things that they do. But on the campus level, again, every community handles it just a little bit differently, specifically for their needs. At Longs Creek Elementary, they surveyed their first through fifth grade students last month on campus culture and safety. They actually had about 350 responses, and they're going to go through all of those responses, analyze them, and then make changes or talk about whatever it is that they're seeing trends from. At Ed White Middle School, the administration meets with student council monthly in order to get student feedback there. They do start with predetermined topics to have a discussion on, and then it's open for Q&A so that the students can talk about whatever is important to them or top of mind at that point. At Churchill High School, they hold a House of Commons, which is their student representatives. They meet once a semester with administrators to discuss trends on campus, what's on their mind, any issues that they might be having. And it's important to note that each sport and student organization sends a representative. So it's a very diverse group with a lot of different opinions, thoughts, and information. At the district level, we have the Student Voice Advisory Committee, and this is obviously a vital way that Dr. Micah and staff tap into the students' voices and gather feedback directly from them. It launched in 2019, and it's made up of juniors and seniors from all of the NEISD high schools. The committee convened 4 times during the 22-23 school year. Just a few weeks ago, actually, on November 30th, Dr. Micah met with ambassadors from this year's Student Voice group, and they talked a lot about student discipline and also about classroom disruptions. A large part of their concern centered around vaping at the campuses and also disrespectful behavior that's going on in the classrooms. At the May Student Voice meeting, students also offered feedback on the school calendar as well as the parent-student grievance process. Another opportunity for student feedback comes from our Kids School Health Advisory Committee, or our KSHAC. This is made up of middle and high school students, and they offer insight and feedback to then go back to the overall SHAC. There are 14 active members, and they most recently met in October. For 3.1, our progress measures and long-term outcomes overlap a little bit because they are ongoing here. Feedback from the Student Voice Advisory Committee has led to several changes, actually. One in graduation dress code and also in toilet paper, if you can believe that or not. So the students mentioned that they weren't exactly happy with the toilet paper selection at the campuses. And so Dr. Micah brought that back to executive staff, and now there is a different brand of toilet paper at their campuses, and hopefully they're liking that a little bit better. For the graduation dress code change, students are now allowed to wear sneakers, which they weren't allowed to do before, and ties are no longer required. So that was something that was important to them. One change that came from the KSHAC actually came from working with our school nutrition department. They mentioned that whole apples were a challenge for kids with braces to eat. And so now they have an option of sliced apples in the cafeteria to make that a little bit easier. So moving on to objective 3.2, which is family relationships will be supported through regular communication and opportunities for feedback and engagement. We'll start with the key actions at the high school level. Again, these are things that go on at a lot of our schools, but these are just a few examples here. From the data program at Roosevelt High School, they held a data family night, and they also held a donuts with a director. The donuts with the director gave parents the opportunity to come speak directly with the director and get information. The data family night is catered to 9th graders and their families to help create a sense of tighter community and togetherness. And they did this with a game night and opportunities to talk. They had a Q&A also with the data director. There were a total of 15 families that came out. And another example, they had another family night that was held last week with a gingerbread house decorating contest. Fentanyl community meetings have been held at multiple high schools. They've been held at Johnson, Roosevelt, and Churchill so far this semester, and MacArthur's session is scheduled for this Thursday to take place. They're open to all community members, and they're hosted in partnership with the Bexar County Sheriff, the DEA, as well as NEISD Family Engagement. Many Coffee with the Principal events are held. And for example, in August, Todd Bloomer, who is the principal over at Churchill High School, he held a Bagels with Bloomer event, and more than 50 parents attended. So it was very well attended. They discussed the new vaping law, lunch options, and information on how to join the PTA if they were interested. At the middle school level, our middle schools host back-to-school forums in August. That way, students and their families can come, they can tour the school, they can get their class schedules, meet their teachers, and hear from administrators. One example you'll see there on the right-hand side, the Cub Camp flyer over at Jackson Middle School. Many campuses, again, host the Coffee with Principal events, some type of outreach session to connect with families in an open forum setting as well. Moving to the elementary level, we have a variety of outreach examples here. And in addition, again, they have the Coffee with Principals as well. Many of them do. Over at Canyon Ridge Elementary, they actually have a parent feedback form that's posted online and then also in principal newsletter. And it asks users to rate the quality of education and safety among many other items. Similarly, Hidden Forest Elementary School has an online feedback survey as well in order to help gauge how they're doing in areas that they may need to improve upon. Castle Hills Elementary School has a monthly Ask the Principal section in the PTA newsletter. So questions can be sent in, and then in the next newsletter, they get their answers from that. At the October meeting, they had a counselor and mental health professionals presenting on strategies to help with stress and anxiety. And while this was taking place, students went to the gym and rotated through different activities on the same concepts. Castle Hills also held a clay night recently to make ornaments, and you can see that picture on the bottom right. They had a really, really good turnout there. At the district level, monthly board meetings here offer forums for the community to be heard, obviously, during matters from the floor. We also had District of Innovation public meetings twice last year, along with a Google form to submit questions. Virtual town halls regarding the school calendar were held last January. Human sexuality and abstinence education curriculum review meetings were held March 30th and then again on April 13th. Those meetings were recorded and then they were posted to the SHAC page. Parents could also send feedback via feedback submission link, or they could actually email SHAC. Dual language community meetings are being held at all dual language elementary campuses right now, and these will also be available virtually in February. Our Leadership Northeast program is held once a month during the school year, and various programs offer nights for parents to come in and ask questions specifically about the programs that they may have questions about. Now we're going to dig into some 3.2, our progress measures, which is opportunities for family voice are gathered, and then they're incorporated into our decision-making process. Starting with the feedback survey that I mentioned just a second ago about Canyon Ridge that we told you. The principal shares the results from the survey with the leadership team so they can look for trends. The survey is anonymous. They also share the information with their campus improvement committee as another source of data. One change made from these surveys already has actually been to rearrange the schedule just a little bit at that particular campus so that more kids could participate in multiple clubs, because that was something that they felt was very important. As for the dual language community meetings that are currently ongoing, we're gathering feedback there, listening to parents. No final decision has been made, and we are continuing to meet with families and stakeholders over the next couple of months. That feedback will, of course, be gathered and incorporated into the decision-making process. Looking at our long-term outcomes, which is to disseminate specific communication about pertinent topics. We create these graphics that you see here on the screen for social media. They're created so that it makes them very easily shareable, easy to read, and understandable. So, for example, our See Something, Say Something campaign focuses on spreading awareness about the NEISD tip line. We work to educate parents and students about House Bill 114 regarding vaping that went into effect in September. We also share information about the dangers of fentanyl. We started a Did You Know campaign, which hopefully helps educate and share facts about our district that people just may not know. For example, you can see that one there. It says, did you know 87% of NEISD's $615 million budget goes to employee salaries? We also work to educate our families about the registration process, how to use Skyward. We advertise career fairs, college and career expo, magnet application deadlines, and our recently announced 2024 graduation dates, and our upcoming community meetings on school accountability, just to name a few things. Now we're going to take a look at some long-term outcomes and specifically messaging from Dr. Micah. Some context for you, all of Dr. Micah's messages are sent to roughly 62,000 parents/guardians. It does fluctuate sometimes from month to month, but it's around 63,000. We also post the messages on our website on the main page there. We also put them on social media, and then they're archived on the NEISD YouTube page. You'll also, I hope, recall our 6-part series on accountability, which we just did in October. We've shared multiple legislative updates along with messaging about the new safety specialist position that you all approved back in August. Parent messages are sent in video form. There's also a script that goes along with them in case someone prefers to just read it instead of watching it. But they're sent every Friday, and they cover a variety of topics from vaping, tip line, mental health, whatever may be going on, so that we can continue to communicate with our community in that way. Employee messages are also sent every Friday in the same form, and they cover everything from employee voice survey results, mental health offerings, information about our insurance provider, and news on the recent retention supplement, just to name a few examples there. Objective 3.3 is community relationships will be supported through regular communication and opportunities for feedback and engagement. Our first key action was to develop a survey button on the NEISD website /social media to ask, how are we doing? So our survey actually went live in September, just a few months ago. It was shared on the website, on social media. It was also shared in Dr. Micah's parent and employee messages, and then it was also in our parent and employee monthly newsletters. We collected data through December 1st for the purposes of this presentation. And through December 1st, we've received a total of 1,118 responses from employees, parents, guardians, and community members. So here are our progress measures, information from the survey thus far. We asked parents the question, I am pleased with the quality of education my child's school is providing for my child. We had 396 responses to this particular question. Agree and strongly agree make up 71.5% of those responses. For the question, overall, how safe does your child feel at school? There were 350 responses, with very safe and extremely safe making up 59.2% of the responses. Moderately safe was 30%, and you can see the other two categories there. For my child's school gives me information about how I can help my child be successful. There were 370 responses, with agree and strongly agree making up 68.7% of the answers. The following question was asked of parents, and it was also asked of community members. I feel the district tries to communicate with me and seek my input. There were 476 responses, with always, sometimes, and often making up 75.7% of the responses. In order to meet our long-term outcomes, we will be going through the data of this survey. While the survey results are fairly positive, there is always room for improvement, and we will be looking to see where we can make changes if needed. A caveat to this particular survey was if someone rated us in the bottom category, it then prompted them to leave specific comments. So that was part of it, and in total, we received 262 comments. Now, some of them do just have a period there, they didn't answer, or an NA, but we will be siphoning through all of those comments so that we can really determine and drill down particular items that parents may be wanting changes on, or what they may think that we need improvement for. Our next key action for 3.3 is to facilitate community meetings to discuss high-level topics and then have a Q&A session. So we chose school finance for our first community meeting, which was held April 25th. Budget season was about to begin, so that was top of mind. People were receiving their property tax bills, so we thought this would be a great opportunity to give them information and to answer any questions that they may have. Our next community meeting, by the way, is set for tomorrow, December 12th, and this one will focus on school accountability. So let's talk about that first meeting that we held back in April. We invited approximately 60,000 community members via email or postcard. We invited NEISD families and staff through emails, and we reached out to homeowners associations in our communities. It was also promoted through neisd.net, as well as on social media. We also decided that it would be a good idea to set the meeting after a superintendent's award ceremony, which was already going on about an hour and a half before that. We thought that this might maximize our attendance because some people were already going to be there for the superintendent's award, and it would also help with the efficiency of our staff. Staff included the presenters, of course, communications and media production teams, an NEPD officer, district translator, and IT personnel to assist with technology during the exit survey. Student greeters also were on hand from Churchill to help people come in, welcome them, and get them signed in. So here are our results from that meeting. We had a total of 11 people who sign in as attendees. 7 of those 11 people did respond to our exit survey. Of those 7, the results were generally favorable. They said that the location was good. They said the subject matter was something that they did want more information on, and that they walked away knowing more, that the presenters did a good job of that. For those that couldn't make it to the actual meeting, we did record the entire thing. We then posted it to our district YouTube page, and to date, it has 243 views of that. That link was also shared on NEISD Facebook page, and we also posted it on our website. On our website itself, there were 25 views from that. Now to our long-term outcomes to disseminate specific communication, and we're going to start with social media here. You can see our numbers there on the left-hand side of the screen. Obviously, Facebook is by far where the majority of our community and our parents get the information. We have 44,900 followers on our Facebook page. So the information on the right-hand side is going to be from August 1st, 2022, through July 31st of 2023. So that's the school year that we're discussing for the information on the right. NEISD has 6 of the top 12 most engaging posts in all of Texas for all of Texas school districts. And of the districts with a post in the top 12, we're actually the smallest district when it comes to student population. NEISD had the highest number of engagements. And an engagement, just as a reminder, is anytime someone likes or shares or comments. So they're actually engaging with that post. We came in first, again, in the entire state of Texas with over 610,000 engagements. And just to give you some context, the second place district for their engagements were 146,000. So again, 146,000 for second place, and we were 610,000. That tells us so much. It tells us that our community is engaged with the posts, with our information that we're putting out. They come to us as a source for that, and what we're putting up is resonating in some way with them. NEISD also had the most Facebook posts in total of Texas school districts with 2,508. and then the second place was 1,493. Again, just as another reminder, we are not the largest school district, and so I have to just brag just for a second because this is a one-person team. There is one person that does social media for this district. And in a lot of the other districts, especially the larger ones, there's 2, 3, 4 people on the team. So to have a one-person team and to have these kind of numbers like that, it's really remarkable. That's no less than remarkable. So again, it says that our community is resonating with us and the kind of topics and the stories that we are connecting with our community in that way. So let's talk about our campus Facebook pages now. In 2019, under the leadership of Dr. Micah wanted every single campus to have a dedicated Facebook page for each campus as well as magnet program. We didn't have that back in 2019. Some did, some didn't. It was very hit or miss. And so at that time, that was established for every single campus and department, and one social media editor was assigned to assist with that information. I do want to be clear, it's not a position. It's already somebody who's working at the campus, oftentimes a teacher who has a passion for social media and says, hey, I want to take this on. So they're doing that also, after hours or when they have a conference period, that sort of thing. They're helping to spread our message. So fast forward now to 2023, we actually have 400 social media editors. And a lot of our campuses are doing teams now. So they find it more effective if, hey, you're going to be the first grade team. If anything happens in first grade, we're going to post it second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. So there are multiple people at each campus who are working toward the goal of posting positive information. So our one person, our social media marketing coordinator, actually goes out, does training with these teams, gives best practices, offers tech support when something isn't working correctly, really just kind of helps navigate what they're posting and how they're posting in order to increase all of our engagements. So these campus pages help us support family and community relationships through regular communication and obviously opportunities where they can engage, ask questions, that sort of thing. And here's actually a really good example of the positivity of a campus Facebook page. So last year, the San Antonio police chief came out to Delview Elementary as part of our Meals for Shields program. And if you're familiar with that, we started it back in 2018, and a uniformed officer can come and eat for free, but sit with the kiddos. So it's kind of a win-win situation there. Well, the police chief, the SAPD police chief, decided to come out. He did bring several other officers, so there were a lot of police cars from SAPD outside of the school that day. So all of a sudden, the phone started ringing, right? Why is there such a large presence of SAPD vehicles outside? And so the principal quickly posted this precious photo that you see here of the police officers with the kids and said, SAPD is here for Meals for Shields, and the calls stopped and all the positive comments started coming in. And so it was an easy, fast way for her to show the positive impact and, to let everyone know that everything was in fact okay. So I want to now talk about our media, hold on. Did I skip? Yeah. Clicker. Okay, so our media production team. As a whole, they produce 150 to 200 videos every single year. As part of this, it is Dr. Micah's messages to employees and parents, including those accountability series, the legislative updates. They cover events like Wall of Heroes celebration. They edit videos for monthly teacher feature segments. If we have a program that needs a promotional video, ICSI, CETA, something that's coming up new, they're going to do that. If videos are also needed for training purposes, an example of this would be maybe school nutrition needs a training video on how to properly use a knife and how to properly cut something safely. They will work on that so that then school nutrition can push that out to all of their employees. They also manage our district YouTube channel as well as 96 other campus and department YouTube channels. By the way, they averaged 122 new viewers each day last month, so we're continuing to grow that. We also archive every graduation ceremony dating all the way back to the 90s. They're also in charge of live streaming across the district. They're live streaming, for example, this board meeting right now, shack meetings, and then our graduation ceremonies, of course. One thing that you do see here on the bottom right-hand side, they're also responsible for any redactions on video footage for open records requests. So this is a 3-person team who takes care of all of this. And when there are an influx, let's say, of video redactions that need to be done, one person will be then focused on that, of course, and then there's 2 people who are doing all of the other things that need to be done across the district. Our web services team maintains the district and campus websites as well as our mobile app. This includes the district page, 78 campus program pages, and additional external sites as needed. All in all, I'll just say it's 100,000 plus pages, which again, I inherited the web team about 2 years ago. They fell under the communications umbrella, and when they told me that they had 100 plus pages that they were responsible for, and there were 2 of them, I was shocked, absolutely shocked. Dr. Micah kind of mentioned it a second ago, but they just do excellent work. They do a whole lot, as you can see here, and I won't go over all of that, but I do want to focus on the last bullet, campus webpage redesign, because that has been an undertaking, and we are now in our final stages. So we're very excited about that. The process actually began in 2019. We conducted a needs assessment and an analysis. Then in 2020, Campus Webpage Advisory Committee were formed, and these teams are parents, principals, community members, really asking them, it's all about usability, right? How do you search? What do you want to know about? What should be on the top bullets? What should be in the drop downs? We really wanted to analyze where we were getting the most clicks, because that's where you know people want to search it. So we need to make those places as easy as possible for people who come to our website. It's very frustrating to have to search and go through 50 clicks, but you can't put everything on the first page either. So you have to kind of decide, and that's where the survey and the talking to parents and measuring all of that really comes in. So we really wanted to focus on that. For each campus, a dedicated campus redesign team was then assembled, and you can see here the phases. In May of 22, we launched the elementary schools. In May of 23, we launched the secondary schools. And coming up here next May, coming up May in 2024, we're going to launch all the magnets. So right now, we're in the data collection, working with those directors and making sure that we are all on the same page when it comes to what should be there, what should be prominent, and what needs to really be very easily accessible for parents. So last year, the web team actually added one person, and it's a SEO specialist. So what that is, it's a search engine optimization specialist. So sounds very fancy, but basically in a nutshell, what it is, the idea is to understand how people are searching and move us up in those searches. I don't know about you guys, but when I Google something, I really don't go past that first page. I Google something, whatever comes up, I'm clicking on whatever is on that first page. So the idea is to move us up in the searches, which makes it so much easier for parents to get information, possible parents who may be looking to move to our district, that sort of thing. So a couple of examples here. The SEO said, hey, why don't we make some changes to Dr. Micah's message? Previously, when we sent those out, it would really kind of be a general title. It would say parent message and then the date. And so the suggestion that we wanted to kind of experiment with and see if it made a difference was to really hone down and give a specific title on what the message was about. And so an example of that is like, what do you need to know for this new school year, instead of parent message. And so when we started doing that, the views really did increase. I will say here, to give an example of how many views there are, it's hard because when we send this message out, it goes directly to people's personal emails. So we can't gauge those personal emails on if they watched it or not because it's their personal email. The only way that we can gauge is if you come organically to our website and then click on it. Parents aren't really doing that because they're getting them in their inbox. However, we were able to measure that the numbers on our website actually doubled from the fall to the spring when we decided to do this. We also really honed in on the timing of Dr. Micah's messages. Whatever is happening at that time, that's what we should be focused on. So, for example, school choice information. So when that window is about to open for school choice and it's top of mind for parents, we're going to talk about that in his messages. The same with the magnet programs right before the applications are due, because that's when people are thinking about them, right? So that it's easy. People are, oh, I wanted to know that anyway. So now here we are. We did have some great results from this, as you can see here. Pretty incredible, actually, sticking with our magnet programs. When promoting our magnet programs, our SEO specialist recommended that we add the word school because parents don't seem to search by magnet programs, which is what school districts call them. They search by magnet schools. So that simple change by adding school to our magnet webpage, previously, again, it was just titled magnet programs. So by adding the word school, it increased our search impressions. And again, that means moving up that Google rank when you put it in. And you can see those numbers there on the left, which, again, are pretty incredible. Between October and December of 22 and 23, the page views, the users, the impressions all really increased quite significantly. And to put it into perspective, the search term magnet schools in Google, in May of 23, NEISD ranked 7th in the searches. And last month, we had moved up to 2nd. And so in a very short time period, really, that's been a tremendous growth there. Also, our applications for magnets, just the applications themselves actually increased 200 new applications from the previous school year. So again, just making some great strides there. Here are some more insights here. From August of 22nd to July of 23, we posted a total of 288 news stories on our main page of our website. So again, that main page is where most of our news is. I know you all are familiar with it, the slider there. We try to feature our educators. We had 70,525 page views during that time frame, and the average view is about 245 people per story that we do. And all of these news stories are done by 2 individuals, and they go out to the campuses, they interview people, they get what they need, they write the story. So they're doing great work, again, with not a lot of people. We also had nearly 5 million organic sessions through Google search in the past 12 months. So an organic session is when you go to Google and you put in either NEISD, or you put in a specific campus, or you put in a specific department that relates to NEISD. And when the user clicks on that NEISD page link. So again, that's 5 million people have done that organically. Of those 5 million organic sessions, 1.2 million were new users. So they had never visited our website before during that time period. So that's pretty incredible. We average 1.5 million monthly views to our website from Google, just from Google. And you can see there, those are the most visited, if you're interested, those top 3 there. Our calendars, human resources, and our directory of staff. That's where most people are searching. Also worth noting, 68,000 people who were on our social media then decided whatever they saw that they liked or led them then to go to our website for more information. So 68,000 people then moved over to our website. So that's pretty incredible as well. So here are some other things that we do, just on the left-hand side there, the district website, plan and coordinate events like the Wall of Heroes event. I do want to mention this, coordinate the Superstar Student. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with that, but every month, 2 students are selected from each school. Their principal puts them on the announcements, kind of gives them kudos at the school. We used to give them a little goodie bag, but this year we actually changed to yard signs, similar like to those yard signs that you would see for band, dance, athletics, and the kids just love it, right? They love putting that they're a superstar student in the front yard, and it really is a win-win because then we are getting word out about NEISD, and they're loving that they get to put a yard sign up. I want to touch on our brand pillars here. These are the idea that we put into every single story that we write. So that's kind of the lens that we look for and the angle that we want. To give you background on our brand pillars, in 2019, we worked with an outside company and we surveyed our parents. And our parents overwhelmingly told us that they wanted stories about our educators and that everyone is an educator. Our bus drivers are educators. Our school nutrition folks are educators. Everyone who works for this district is an educator. And so they wanted to know about those stories and know about the positive impacts that they were having on our students. And so every time that we do a story, that's what we're looking for. We're trying to highlight our great educators and how they're impacting students. As you all are aware, sometimes the media picks up on our stories, and that actually happens in a variety of different ways. Sometimes our team will send out press releases to events, and we will invite them onto campus and help them cover a story. Sometimes a reporter may reach out and say, I need a story today, do you have anything? That's our favorite because then we get to pitch them some awesome stories about whatever is top of mind for us. So most recently, I'm not sure if you all saw it, but I think it was 2 weeks ago, a reporter did just that, reach out, and they came out and covered Walsham Elementary School's Folklorico dance group. And it was very cute, and it was a wonderful, positive story. It was featured on Fox 29. Please also know that when media does come to our campuses, someone from my team is there. We don't want administrators or campus personnel having to worry or deal with that. So we will go out and we will meet the media there, and we will handle all aspects of that. Oftentimes, and it's happened more and more recently, really since COVID, sometimes the news will just pull our stories straight from our social media, straight from our website. And that happened there in the middle. We announced something about a new college, high school at MacArthur, and the next thing we know, it's on the news. So that's especially exciting when they cover our stories like that as well. We also handle roughly 400 to 500 media inquiries a year. It's very rare that a day goes by that I don't get a call from a reporter. I had 4 today. And sometimes it's not anything you're going to see on the news, but they may ask about what's happening at the board meeting. They heard on the scanner today that there was an emergency vehicle at a particular campus. We were able to just say yes, a student hyperventilated and was having some trouble breathing and was taken by EMS. So that's not going to be on the news, obviously, but it is something that they call about and that we have to research and then find out and get back to them on. We also produce many publications. There's a list of them there, and I won't go all over them, but our biggest is really the Discover magazine, and it has won awards. It's a beautiful magazine. It does go out in the fall semester to about 200,000 recipients. So it doesn't just go to our parents, it does go to zip codes that are within NEISD. So it's about 200,000. Then we do it all again in the spring with another one, but that is a digital one that does go out to all inbox. This year, for the first time, I do want to let you know that communications is now handling advertising for this Discover magazine, so it's very new to us. But so far this year, we earned about $3,000 in advertisements for this particular magazine, and we really do hope to increase that every single year in order to offset that cost. And then you can see a list of so many other publications that are done here. So before we get to our last key action, which we're almost there, y'all, but I do want to take this moment just to let you all know that since 2019, our communications team has won more than 130 awards from the Texas School Public Relations Association. So those are statewide awards. Those are video awards. Those are web awards. Those are social media awards. Those are crisis communication awards. And every year we bring home several gold awards, and we bring a best of category, which again, not the largest school district in the state, but really being recognized for the work that's being done. We've also won national awards from the National School Public Relations Association. And speaking of that, Dr. Micah actually was recently selected as a National School Public Relations Association as a 2022 Superintendent to Watch. And the Superintendent to Watch honor goes to school district leaders with fewer than 5 years of experience who demonstrate dynamic, fast-paced leadership with strong communication at its core. So that was a really big honor. We recently had a story in a video about a student at Bradley Middle School who is a track star despite being born with some physical challenges. And that award, one of our media production, Jimmy O'Halligan, put that together and was actually nominated for an Emmy. And it's not just an Emmy for school districts. We're talking the legit Emmys from, news stories and that sort of thing. So that was a really huge deal as well. Our team recently won the Golden Gribble Award from a woman named Andrea Gribble, who is really a big deal in education social media strategy. And she's constantly pointing to other people during professional development of other school districts, examples of NEISD. I say all this, guys, because, it's really nice to get awards, right? Okay. But it really shows an example that NEISD is thought of as one of the top in the entire state when it comes to communication and doing these type of things. And so I think that's a real big nod to the team. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to say that. Okay. So our last key action of the evening, 3.3, which is revamp the volunteer application process to align to more district needs. So the volunteer department established a new email account there that's very easy, volunteer@neisd.net. It makes it easier to share, easier to say, easier to just say, hey, go to this. It's easier to search. The volunteer page was also recently revamped so that it provides step-by-step instructions on how you can register, making it easier for the end user. An online newsletter also went out. The first edition was sent out in October. The idea is that the newsletter goes to school leadership and the front office staff so that when someone comes to the school and says, well, how do I volunteer? They have the information there at their fingertips to make it very easy to say, you do this, and you do this. For progress measures, we're tracking volunteer numbers twice per semester. And here's a look at the number of volunteers. We just started tracking in September and November this school year, but we did want to give some context for February and April as well. And as you can see, there has been an increase in volunteer participation this year. So looking at the snapshot of volunteers from February, April, September, and November, we are seeing a trend and a gradual increase, which is great. In Texas, the value of volunteer time, they estimated it at $29.86 cents an hour. That's according to the independentsector.org. And that means that so far this school year, our volunteer time is worth more than $2 million to our district. So we really, really appreciate our volunteers and all that they do. Looking ahead to our long-term outcomes, where we plan to increase volunteers, hours, and satisfaction as measured by a survey. So the volunteer department will launch an online survey in the spring, and we're planning to share it with new and current volunteers. And here are a couple of the tentative survey topics that we want to include, just how to better streamline it, how to make it easier. And one thing that we haven't done in the past that we want to do is really align the interests and the skills of the people who want to come into our schools, and really kind of say, here are the options that you have for your particular skill set, and really pair that up and make it as easy as possible. Okay, so that was a lot of information. If anybody has any questions, I do have some members of my team here for specific questions as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, if I didn't love this district so much, I would just absolutely, I'm just ecstatic at the work your guys are doing.
Thank
This
you.
is absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
That being said, it's really confusing to me because I don't know why or how, but it seems like, you know, from the surveys, when I printed it out and did all this, now that I figured out how to use my printer with my, you know, deal, what is it that, you know, what type of feedback are we getting from people who are saying that they're not, you know, we're not communicating with them? That's very confusing, because it seems like the only thing you're not doing is juggling fire with, you know, and dancing and, you know, to get people's attention. So I would, you know, like to know some of those comments that we're getting on why they don't feel like we're communicating well enough with them.
Yes, ma'am. You know, we'll be going through those comments because I'm interested in that as well. I do wonder if how the question was written. I think it says communicating and seeking my input. I think that was the second piece of the question. So perhaps people may want to be putting input in more than what we may be asking. You know, unfortunately, there are some times that we can't ask for input. There are laws that we have to follow. There are certain things that we have to do. So sometimes when it comes to the calendar, for instance, or something to that effect, there are things that we have to abide by TEA, and we try to do our best to seek input, but we may not be able to seek input on everything. I just wonder if that may be part of the question, but I'm not sure. We look forward to going through those comments for sure.
Would there be any way that you could share that with us?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We just closed it on December 1st, and like I said, we had almost 300 comments, so we'll be analyzing those, and I'm happy to give you an update. Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Thanks.
I just had one overall, thank you for the updates. Canyon Ridge Parent Survey, I think is a great thing. I think what we'd like to see is that be consistent standard across the district at a minimum. I'm not sure. I know you said a lot of camps are doing stuff, but to me, that's a direct, you know, at every level where the camp parents can provide direct feedback, but do it once each semester, whatever, make it a standard. How the particulars, let each campus handle it, their communities. But I think that is one of those things we need to track that as part of that SMART objectives. But because obviously they already had feedback to change it for the clubs, which is a great opportunity. The Bagels with Bloomer, another great example, is where we have specific events each semester, or at least one on each campus as well, where it's just parent engagement. It's not dance recital PTA where they kind of din stuff. But I think that's another way to really have an opportunity for the campus administration to share information and then also receive feedback. And then ultimately, if there are changes, doing that. But the Canyon Ridge example, I would like to see. I'm not sure if it truly is across the district, and that's the day-to-day piece, but I think that's something that should be the standard across there from my perspective, because obviously it sounds like it provided the staff some good direction, which, you know, the parents, the kids, that's what we're all about, focusing on their opportunities to grow. So I thought that was very good. And then the other, you answered my question, the open-ended question. So only if they give a negative response, there's place for commentary.
That is how we did it this first round. I just didn't want someone to put not at all satisfied or completely dissatisfied and not be able to expand on that. Yes.
Sure. I don't know if we can do it where there's open-ended comments for all of them, because people might say, this is awesome because you give us the chance to do the magnet program or whatever, because you're getting both sides of the conversation. Because obviously there was a lot of, I know it's a small response group, less than 1%, but still those that did respond, we are thankful for. But the opportunity on all the surveys to do it. And if there's limitations, I think it's important to to just say, hey, we can only take certain things if it's an individual, kind of like what Madam President says, certain complaints we can't deal with in this format. These are big picture type stuff, because people don't know that there are laws and some certain restrictions. But that just explains it to them in a short sentence or two. But the progress is good, just to continue to see that engagement piece continue to grow, because I know we focused a lot on that feedback. So thank you overall, it was good.
Thank you.
Yes, and so Steve had my question. It's okay. I love this. I love the Student Voice Advisory Committee. I think that's amazing. I love that we're giving our students a chance to speak up and speak out and make them feel important and valued as they should be. The Canyon Ridge and Hidden Forest surveys, are those always open? Are they?
I believe they do it through a specific point of time, and then they are able to collect those, and then they may do another survey once different questions and different things focused on the feedback that they got from the first ones.
Okay. And so as Steve said, I think that's great to utilize across the district and have those surveys open more often than less often. I know sometimes those things can be magnets for when something's an issue.
We can certainly pass along that feedback, yes. I think those are great points.
And on Facebook, can our parents and community provide feedback on Facebook? And if so, what do we do with that?
As in the way of comments?
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Our philosophy really is that it's supposed to be two-way communication. And if you're only putting out information and not seeking anything back, it really isn't serving its purpose. Maybe that's my philosophy. But yes, so we do keep our comments open. Sometimes it's a challenge. But yes, I will say that we have a very strict protocol in my department that I expect that everyone gets some sort of an answer as soon as possible, but for sure within 24 hours. Even if that means we don't have an answer, but we're working on it, to let our community know that they've at least been heard. Sometimes we'll offer them our web address in the communications department and say, if you have more information or you'd like to discuss this, please email this, so that we can get them specific information. So yes, we try to keep up with all of that. Our social media person will see a comment, and if he doesn't know the answer, then he reaches out to that specific department in order to provide an answer.
Okay, great, thank you.
And also, I've seen that used to correct comments that are not the correct comment. Where if they're asking a question or they start going down the path of not what the message actually was, that our social media team will go in and say, well, no, here's the link to the specific agenda item or comment that was made, and so that way everybody has the correct information. So it's yeah, they're usually
And we
on
do
top
have
of
a
it.
protocol to where if someone's commenting, we have very strict standards in place that are terms of use, really, that has been vetted by the lawyer a long time ago before we ever went down this road. And if they're commenting on something that's not pertinent to that particular post, then they will be warned and then even blocked if need be. If they're giving personal attacks, it's maybe similar to what you all read at the beginning of the meeting from matters from the floor. So we definitely want to make sure that people aren't just using that as a forum to attack our employees either. So we do try to keep up with that pretty well as well.
I do. Could we meet the rest of the members of the team and a little bit about what they do?
Yes, I wish they were all here, guys, but some of them could not be here tonight. But yes, if you guys could stand up, that would be great. So you guys know Jason Gattel. You see him around here. He's the director of media production. Then we have our two storytellers right here. We have Evan and Lila. They're the ones that write all of the stories for the web main page there. We have Riley behind them and Maisha. Those are our web gurus, a designer and a developer. That's how they go. One has all the information, one makes it look pretty. And then we have Scott Chidgey here, who runs our social media. and a couple of people had already previously asked for some time off, and so they weren't here this evening. And Jimmy and Rob are in the back making sure that this is being live streamed and all the microphones are working. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you for the great presentation.
Thank y'all.
Thank you to you and your team for everything that you do. Congrats on all the awards. Again, I know it's impressive to see how we're being recognized and not being the largest, right? All the things that we're doing. So kudos to all of you for what you do. Appreciate it. Okay, item 10, superintendent comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just a few things, and I'll be quick. Eisenhower Middle School Principal Jason Herrera and won the Region 20 Texas Association of Secondary Principal of the Year Award, and one of his assistant principals, Samantha Canales, won the assistant principal for Region 20 by the Texas Association of Secondary Principals. Coming up here very quickly, the Churchill High School Orchestra has been invited to perform at the very prestigious Midwest Clinic this week in Chicago. So congratulations to the students and their directors, Jason Thibodeau and John Thornton. And then health and PE news. NEISD was honored with the Community Impact Award from the Mayor's Fitness Council for outstanding participation in the 2023 It's Time Texas Community Challenge. NEISD won first place in the Metro School District category and provided San Antonio with over 2 million of their 6 million total points. Let's see. Because of this, the role NEISD played in helping San Antonio win its 8th Metro School District title and its first ever state title. So good work on their part. And then last, the adult and community ed portion of our school district in the fall semester alone, adult education has already surpassed its target of 1,090 adult students served. They're now serving, then 1,100 adult learners have been served, 75% in ESL classes and 25% in the high school equivalency or GED. And then all 15 adult dental assistant students passed their certification exam last week. So just some good news that's happening around. Thank you.
Sure, congratulations to all. That's exciting about principal and AP being Region 20. All right, item 11, board business. A, School Health Advisory Council Subcommittee Mid-Year Review. So this is where each subcommittee chair will give us a 2-minute update.
Good evening, Madam Gruna, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff and guests. Tony Kamen, I'm with the SHAC, and I am going to introduce the different standing committees and let them come up and give their presentation. First, I'd like to have Safe and Healthy Schools Chairperson Brandon Broom. And he is not here. Okay, let me see. I think I have a little bit of information that I can give you as to what that committee is working on. Okay, Safe and Healthy Schools, they are doing a study on the fentanyl issue, and they're doing some research and putting together information for the Red Ribbon Week. I cannot say that.
Say that fast 3 times.
No, I can't even say it regular speed. So they're going to be working on that information so that we'll be up to speed for next year. Okay. Next, I have nutrition, and I'm going to call Chairperson Lauren Portillo Peterson.
Yes, thank you for having us this evening. On behalf of the Nutrition Subcommittee, I'm excited to be here and share our updates with you. So, hi, my name is Lauren Portillo-Peterson, and I am the chair for the Nutrition Subcommittee. I want to start by saying how we so appreciate Sharon Glosson, who is the Executive Director of School Nutrition. She's been able to join our meetings and has helped us to better understand the Northeast Nutrition Program. She's been very patient with us and very generous with her time. She has helped us to better understand the process of how food appears in front of our students. She has also helped us to understand the results from the 2021-2022 School Health Index Survey. A future survey is scheduled to take place in 2024, and we look forward to those results and analyzing them when they're available. By using this current survey that we have access to right now, our subcommittee has identified a few areas to explore to potentially improve nutrition in our schools. So the three potential areas at this time are to maximize participation in the school breakfast program, improve collaboration between physical education, the Northeast dietitians, and schools to reinforce nutrition education lessons taught in the classrooms, and to support and encourage staff in modeling healthy eating and physical activity habits. At our most recent meeting on December 5th, we discussed the critical role that the family specialists play in our schools when it comes to nutrition and addressing hunger. We have been able to connect with Araceli Dominguez, the Assistant Director for Family Engagement, and she has agreed to join our subcommittee meeting to discuss the role of the family specialists, the food pantries that we have on our campuses, the Snack Pack for Kids program, and concerns the family specialists have regarding nutrition and hunger on our campuses. We would like to possibly send a survey to the specialists to hear directly from them what their concerns are around nutrition. We also discussed ways that other districts are encouraging families in healthy eating choices. For example, Northside is using the 21-day snacking challenge to help educate families and staff on making healthy eating choices. Jennifer Aguilar has been great and is working to connect with her contact at Northside to learn more about the program and so that we can discuss if this is something we would like to see in Northeast. I cannot stress enough how helpful Ms. Glosson, Ms. Dominguez, and Jennifer Aguilar have been for helping us to figure out what we want to focus on for nutrition. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, next is physical fitness and fitness and physical activity chairperson Lori Fitch.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Micah, board, executive staff. So I'm Lori Fitch. I'm the chairwoman for the Fitness and Physical Activity Subcommittee. And currently, my committee has been working on some possible updates to the district wellness plan, specifically to, we are looking specifically at increasing recess time for our elementary aged students. We also recently submitted a poll to our principals. We were interested in if they offered some extra recess time. If they didn't, why not? What were some of the obstacles? We were interested in hearing from our principals what do you need in order to offer it? What are some things that might stand in the way? Some examples would be staffing, just the layout of the school and that transition time to get from the classroom to the play yard and back, or just some small obstacles that might be there. So we were interested. We literally just, the polls finished. We're going to go through it as a team and then kind of go from there. We were also able to meet and hear from curriculum instruction from the districts so that we can better understand instructional minutes, how they're derived, where they come from, how are they laid out, and just to be able to better understand what goes into the daily schedule. To kind of have, as we look at trying to make a recommendation first to the full shack and then to the board about being able to increase recess time. In addition to recess time, we are also looking at trying and exploring to try to find some physical activity time before or after school for our middle schoolers. You know, as we know, middle schoolers get to school sometimes earlier than they really are open, and they're just sort of sitting around. And we are wanting to explore if there would be a possibility that there could be a chance to do some physical activity before school started, and how would that parlay into behavior and such like that on the campus. Particularly those, I mean, we know we have activities in athletics for 7th and 8th graders, but 6th graders do not. And for those students that aren't doing athletics, perhaps they could be active as well. So, thank y'all.
Thank you, Lori. And last but not least, the Classroom Health and Sex Ed Chairperson, Mr. Ben Elliott.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening, President Grona, members of the board, Dr. Micah, Executive Committee, and guests. My name is Benjamin Elliott. Most of y'all are familiar with me by now. I'm the chairperson of the Classroom Health and Sex Education Committee for the Shack. We've pretty much continued to meet on a weekly basis on Fridays, tirelessly trying to do everything we can possibly do to get our district into compliance this year and offer HSAE curriculum for all grade levels within our campuses. This evening, we're going to present to you all our recommendations for the 7th and 8th grade, which will be one program for both levels at this time. And we moved on after getting our approval through the Shack on those edits. We've moved on now to working on elementary school maturation. Our last 2 meetings were spent kind of discussing what options are available to us, what other school districts are using for elementary school maturation. We started looking at videos by Marsh Media as one potential option. There are 2 new TEKs for 5th grade in this strand that, to my knowledge, to some of us that are newer, I don't believe existed previously, which have to do with healthy relationships, dating romantic relationships, and then also with sexual violence prevention. So we're exploring potential options on how we're going to cover those TEKs in an age-appropriate level that is medically accurate. Our initial thoughts are potentially cherry-picking out of the Choosing the Best 6th grade programs that we've already approved and are already brought to the board for approval. There's some lessons within that we think can work. Since it's 6th grade, they're potentially also age appropriate for 5th grade, so that's something that we're looking at doing. We hope to get some work done, and we're going to take the rest of this month off after tonight, but we hope to get back to work January 5th and be able to provide something for elementary maturation that can be presented this next semester, so that all of our grade levels will have something in place this school year. Other than that, we'll come back, we'll reconvene probably through the summer or prior to the next school year starting, and try to get a full 8th grade curriculum recommended as well. But tonight we'll be presenting 7th grade, which, since the TEKs align, 7th and 8th grade are the same set of TEKs. Our recommendation this evening will be to use this level for both for this next semester. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, did
I
anybody?
just want a quick comment. I request the agenda item, so thank you to all the trustees and to all the committee chairs for coming, because as a liaison, I've been hearing the different conversations at the meeting, and I know it's a good opportunity because of the things you're working on. I know the recess in particular has been a 3 or 4 year project. Several of my former Shack parents even, were hopeful that this year we'll get a formal recommendation on the recess at the elementary level because of some of the programs and research that's already been done. So I think it's important for that awareness and the other programs too. I think it's just good for us. So thank you all for giving us that quick update. For doing that. And I know the wellness plan is due to be updated every 3 years. The board has to have an update, so I think it's coming due for us to get our update as well. It sounds like some of those pieces are being incorporated. So that's it, Madam President. Thank you.
I just have a quick question. I was informed that 2 of our SHAC committee chair people were not invited to this meeting tonight, and I'm kind of concerned.
I talked to all of them personally, except for one who wasn't there, but emailed through Mrs. Aguilar, and she came here tonight. So they were all personally invited by me, coordinated with them. So everybody was offered the opportunity to be here, and 3 of the 4 of them are here. So I coordinate that and then let the board president know, as discussed at the previous meeting. So
Okay.
I think there might have been an event for one of them that couldn't come. They emailed Mrs. Aguilar, but no, everybody was invited, and we just asked for a quick update so we knew what they were working on.
Okay,
So,
I apologize.
No, that
I was led to believe that that was not the case, but I appreciate it.
No,
Thank you.
they were all asked last, thanks.
Okay, did anybody else have anything about the mid-year review? All right, if not, we're going to move to item B, discussion and possible action regarding School Health Advisory Council recommendations for edited HSAE instructional materials for 7th grade. And we had one person sign up to speak to that. So,
It's number 2.
number 2.
My name is Kristen Brewer. I have a senior at Churchill and a Churchill graduate who's now a sophomore in college. I maybe didn't clarify this on the sign-in sheet. I signed up to speak in general about the sex education curriculum, not specifically a 7th grade curriculum. I don't have a 7th grader, but I want to start by thanking all of you for everything you've done to make NISD a great district and Churchill a great school. My children both had great experiences academically. They were involved in athletics, and it's prepared them well for everything that's going to come later for them. So I do appreciate that. I'm here today as the parent of a child. I also work in my profession. I'm in the child welfare profession. I work with several children who attend NEISD schools who are in foster care. And so the information I have about their experiences is coming from those children and their foster families. As the parent, my son recently completed lesson 3 of the high school curriculum, and it is titled Avoiding Pregnancy. It's part of the Choosing the Best curriculum, and I asked him what he learned about birth control. And what he told me was they didn't tell them how birth control works, they just told us the failure rate. He said he didn't receive any information about how to access or use condoms or any other form of birth control. Several of the children I work with had similar experiences. And my concern is that because they're not receiving comprehensive information about pregnancy prevention, they are trying to navigate and figure this out on their own, and they're not getting it right. I had a child tell me that she uses an ovulation app that she downloaded and has on her phone, and she consistently and her friends use the rhythm method to prevent pregnancy, which is not effective. I was hoping that was an isolated incident. I talked to some other students. It's not isolated. It's common for adolescent girls to download ovulation apps and believe that they are 100% accurate, and to believe that if they are not ovulating according to their ovulation app, they cannot get pregnant. And I'm deeply concerned about that. They're not protecting themselves from STIs. The rhythm method does nothing to protect against that. And in general, I'm concerned that regardless of what we teach them, regardless of how much we promote abstinence, a percentage of children are going to have sex. There are going to be kids who get pregnant. There are going to be kids who enter unhealthy relationships. There are going to be children who are victims of sexual assault. And if what they hear from us is that don't have sex, and we're not giving them comprehensive information, I don't think they're going to come to us. I don't think they're going to go to people in the schools and approach them for guidance and help when they need it. About 30%
I'm sorry,
of
that's your
kids
time.
have sex. I hope we'll be there to help them.
Thank you. Okay, is this you, Mr. Kamen? Or Ben Elliott, or?
I'll go ahead and.
Okay.
All right. Thank you again, President Grona. So I'm here to bring forth our recommendation for the 7th grade level of Choosing the Best with our recommended edits that Chase went through and was approved by SHAC. I guess I'll start with stating that when this was brought before SHAC on November 15th, we conducted a private ballot, paper ballot. 31 votes were cast out of a quorum of members of 33 members that were present at the meeting. 33 votes, 29 were yes, 2 were no, and 2 abstained from voting. Let's get that out of the way. So, similar to previous levels, could you go one slide? Oh, I'm going to charge it this. All right. Y'all know the background. Choosing the Best was recommended after 2 public meetings hosted by the SHAC and Classroom Health and Sex Ed Committee. We presented Choosing the Best curriculum as our recommendation, which was adopted by the board for all secondary levels of NEISD, with the caveat that under the supervision of SHAC and Chase, or recommendation, I should say, we could suggest edits to be approved by the board. So here we are. The materials, instead of handing out student guides, publisher student guides, the district would create student note-taking guides that were student-specific based on their opt-in permission. The NEISD leader guides would be teacher training guides, teacher scripts next to slides, and activity directions, which also would be edited under the recommendation of SHAC and approval of the board, as well as the digital tools that include the videos and the slides. Process was led by Chase, approved by SHAC, recommended edits to videos, teacher tools, scripts, student activity modifications. The recommended edits approved by full SHAC, and a vote of, that is actually not accurate. I think that was from our previous level. In this case, it was 29-2. Noteworthy additions that apply to all levels of Choosing the Best were our big understanding and key message, which reinforces the abstinence message, echoes the language of 28004, that abstaining from sexual activity is the only 100% effective method to prevent STDs, pregnancy, emotional trauma associated with adolescent sexual activity. And then also video statement, which is present in every lesson of every level. This states not all teenagers are having sex. In fact, teens having sex are the minority, but this video is featuring teens who are discussing having had sex, whether once or more, so that you can better understand the possible outcomes of sexual activity. And then there's a teacher note, which is present in every lesson of every level, that these key teaching points apply to all teens, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. And then, of course, the teacher training on how to handle sensitive issues and questions, where anything outside of the TEKS or the curriculum is directed back to a parent, guardian, or trusted adult. Some of the noteworthy changes that we highlighted for you all. Lesson 1, we added an additional say to the lead-in of the video, or I'm sorry, this was to lead into the curriculum in general, sort of setting a ground rules. Our recommendation here is, as we begin our study of Choosing the Best Path, a course designed to help you make the healthiest choices, we're going to establish a couple of ground rules. First, no personal questions or stories. Second, if you have questions about the material, please ask me. However, if the answer is beyond the scope of the curriculum, I will tell you that you need to ask your parent, guardian, or trusted adult. That's really the most major noteworthy change for Lesson 1. Lesson 2, wording change for Statement 5 in this slide concerning TEK 23D, which TEK 23D covers, states that students must be able to define modes of transmission of STDs. This one was discussed very extensively over the course of 3.5, 4 meetings. As y'all could see in the original slide, the language included for modes of transmission, vaginal sex, oral sex, and anal sex. The suggestion brought forth in the standing committee was to soften that wording. The initial suggestion was to remove those 3 specific terms and soften it somehow. That conversation led to, we weren't sure if the publisher would even support making that change, if that would reduce the medical accuracy of their curriculum, or if it would, originally, I think, part of the concern was a misunderstanding that we were suggesting only removing one of those modes and leaving the other 2, which created a concern about inclusivity. So this kind of went back and forth in discussion until ultimately we took a vote. Initially, it was voted 7-3 to leave the wording as is. It was brought up in a subsequent meeting by one of the members of the committee that they had had conversations with members of their community, and they wanted to readdress the topic based on feedback from members of their individual SMD. So it was brought back up, discussed again, and again was left intact. There was some, I guess, further contentiousness that came about from this topic. Eventually, it was reintroduced one more time by Tony in one of our meetings to let's have this conversation again, because I think there was confusion over thinking the vote was to remove one of the modes versus to soften the entire wording. And the whole message, or the whole, I guess, idea behind this conversation was age appropriateness, just because this is the 7th grade line is kind of line between they're still a kid and they're still, going into 8th grade, going into potentially the high school curriculum, which is available in 8th grade. So it kind of teetered on that line. We did get in touch with Cliff, with the publisher of Choosing the Best, to ask him. Said, if we were to soften this wording, do you all have a recommendation on how to soften it and maintain medical accuracy? The publisher did come back and suggested that wording could be changed to read, STDs can be contracted through sexual activity, including skin-to-skin contact, which in their estimation would maintain the medical accuracy of the statement, and they approved of that being the alternate wording. So ultimately, we revoted one more time, and this time voted to use the alternate wording that Choosing the Best provided, but add a teacher's note that defines sexual activity as oral, vaginal, or anal sex, because that teacher note being there would allow them to answer questions if we read, STDs can be contracted through sexual activity, and then a student raised their hands and said, well, what is sexual activity? So the teacher has the tool there at her disposal or his disposal to answer that question. So that was lesson 2. Also, there was this activity 29, slide 29 was removed just because of time constraints. Wanted to make sure that there was time for the character application, but we did keep the teacher talking point there at the beginning of that lesson. In lesson 3, on slide 32, based on some community feedback that we had from the high school lesson, there were some concerns over too negative of a tone relating to teenage pregnancy. So we didn't want to never want to make it seem like pregnancy is life-ending or a really negative thing, because children are a gift. Even though obviously there can be some negative consequences from teen pregnancy. But we did add this this lesson discusses the short and long-term impacts of pregnancy on teen parents. This is not meant to be a negative view of having children. Rather, it highlights the reality of having a child before you're ready, emotionally, financially, physically, and mentally. And then on slide 39, originally the curriculum said a typical teen mother's schedule. It was suggested to change mothers to parents to provide gender equity there, because it affects both parents. Lesson 4, slide 53. We removed one of those bullets because it was really a topic, it was really a sexual violence type of bullet point there, and we determined that that would require an additional permission slip since the sexual violence lessons are permission slip based and require an individual permission slip. Since that content, sexual violence was already covered in another lesson, we just struck through that bullet in this point. Video edits, removed the section about pornography, which is consistent with the other levels that we've presented this far. Lesson 5, slide 60. We removed the lines for student to list at-risk sexual behaviors. Again, this goes back to the same points from lesson 2. The sexual behaviors being independently defined. In this lesson, the curriculum was asking them to list them out, write them out in their note-taking guide. We opted to change the ABCs. Instead of that C saying choosing not to engage in the following at-risk sexual behaviors, we just left it to say choosing not to participate in at-risk sexual behavior. Slide 62, changed this activity to who's at the table. Originally it was something about making the bed, which we found setting a table place setting to be a lot more age appropriate than making the bed for 7th grade. Y'all can see the changes in the versions you have. In lesson 6, slide 66, we added a statement about sexual violence as sort of a lead-in to that lesson, providing the students an opportunity to excuse themselves if they felt there was an issue with them listening to the sexual violence content. Try to read it. So that's it starts with our typical say that starts with every video. Not all teenagers are having sex. In fact, teens having sex are in the minority, but this video is featuring teens who are discussing having had sex, whether once or more. And then after that say, the addition was, this video discusses a sensitive topic, sexual violence. It is important to remember that sexual violence is never the victim's fault. And if at any point during this portion of the lesson you feel upset and need to go speak to someone, please quietly let me know. And then in slide 70, we removed a heading that titled that upside down triangle chart that you see there, says sexual progression above it. Our recommendation was to leave the chart, but just remove sexual progression. Lesson 7, slide 78. Added a statement to the video preface highlighting abstinence. In this situation, the video doesn't use the word abstinence one time. Something that we've done throughout the other levels previously recommended was also anytime the curriculum uses the word delay having sex, we add abstinence. They didn't even use the word delay having sex in this video. They just put choosing to wait. So we just, as a lead into that video, we have our typical lead in, but then we follow up with, in this video, teens are discussing abstinence. Remember that abstinence is choosing to not have sex or waiting to have sex, ideally until marriage, which the choosing not to have sex and then waiting to have sex is how the video words it. So we just kind of reinforced the abstinence key message in that say. Lesson 8, slide 87. We added the statement to the video preface highlighting abstinence again. Wait, is that? Sorry, I didn't realize we did that twice. Yep, we did the same thing in lesson 8. And then slide 93 through 94, we adjusted the role-playing activity so students write out their responses rather to act out and role play, which is consistent with the other levels that we have done. and removing that role-playing scenario, but still giving them an opportunity to display understanding and meeting the TEKS. So I guess at this point, I'll open up for questions, comments from the board.
Questions?
There was just one, and I'm not, I know this was for I guess the teacher's edition, but on the other portion of it that was also attached to our email.
The Lesson A, the
Yes.
maturation piece.
Yes, I was just wondering, because I noticed that you guys are removing images and you will replace them with other images on page 9, 13, 18, 21, and 30. I was wondering, do you guys have those images, or what was the reason for replacing the images? Were they provocative, or what was the reason?
Give me a second to refresh myself on that. Let's see. Trying to remember what images those were.
It's right here on the, it's like the little, this is page 13 of 36.
There we go. Oh, my bad, I don't have the note-taking guide in front of me, no wonder.
That's because the publisher has to fix the slide, and then we will re-snip it and put it in.
Okay,
So we
it
made
was
that suggested
nothing.
edit. Once the edit is made by the publisher on the slide, we'll re-snip the picture.
Okay, so it was nothing, okay, all right.
Yeah, I apologize for not having that answer off the top of my head. There were a few slides where, when the publisher owns the slide, we can't necessarily just make the edit ourselves, so we'll have to get them to make it and reintroduce it. Is there any other?
Ms. Villarreal, are you?
Oh.
Just didn't want to jump over you. So one thing I noticed is throughout the text, baby and fetus are kind of interchanged. Like on slide 9, it says baby, and then on page 24, fetus is bolded. Fetus kind of makes it sound disconnected from humanity. Is there a reason that it goes back and forth, or can we be consistent and use baby throughout?
And also, you're talking about the maturation lesson A as well, correct?
Yes.
You said slide, so I'm looking at probably slide, just 17, the developmental stages of the fetus, and then the fertility process lessons, I assume. So most of what you see in your versions there in this lesson, there weren't any significant changes that were introduced by the committee or that were discussed. So this is basically just the publisher's version of it, which was determined medically accurate by their science. So there just wasn't a recommendation within our committee that was brought up to change it. I think what I hear you saying is in the developmental stages, it uses fetus and fetal development more than the development of the baby.
Well, I saw both. I saw as the baby's developing, and then it says as the fetus is developing, and the use of the term fetus makes it sound less human and less likely to associate as a baby. And then it goes back and forth, though. It's one slide says fetus developing, and then at the end, another side says as the baby's developing.
Yeah, I see here. It goes through the stages from the egg to embryo, then develop into a baby. First stage in the process of fetal development is called the germinal stage. So I see what you're saying. I think, I mean, I'm not going to speak for the publisher, right, because this is their content, but I believe just because the, I guess, medically accurate term that they keep going back and referring to is fetal development, that would be my assumption of why they use it.
And it's specified in the TEK, fetal development, So that's why that's probably used as well. And in the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills at 7th grade, stages of fetal development are one of the TEKs.
I noticed that there was some academic vocabulary. Is fetus defined in any of the vocabulary? I didn't see that in there.
No, ma'am, it is not. I'm just double checking that, but I don't believe that it is. No, ma'am.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
Other questions? Did you have any, Mr. Byer? Do you have any?
I do have, I was trying to find the page, but I think I just got it. It's under slide 10, this is just it looks like a grammatical deal. It's page 18 of the teacher guide, sorry. The highlighted green box, in quotes, it says, name our 3 facts about a female's reproductive cycle. I think it may be just supposed to say, name 3 facts.
Yes, sir. And actually, in Ms. Aguilar's copy of the book, it's already circled.
Okay.
So.
Sorry, this is very technical. I
No,
don't know why I
that was a
caught
good
that
catch.
one,
We
but I was like,
welcome those. Those are
there we
probably the
go.
most overlooked mistakes.
I am concerned about slides 18 and 60, and not giving the children those
Okay.
actual 3 vaginal
Modes of transmission?
modes of transmission. I know it's in the teacher guide, but I think 7th and 8th graders need to be told that. I don't think they're going to raise their hand and say, what do you mean by, modes of transmission?
And are you talking about, so it's in 2 lessons, it's in lesson 2?
Lesson 2 and then the
in
one
both
that was-
areas?
Yes. I think that's a mistake not to just plainly give that to them. And I know that went around, from my understanding, a few times. And I think, I know you mentioned community feedback. I think some of the other words I heard were harassment and
There was
people getting
there was a lot
messages
of,
that they were
there was a
not
lot
wanting.
of debate, conversation. That one wasn't easy for us. That was
Right.
probably single-handedly the toughest deliberation that we've had as a committee to date. Ultimately, where it ended up getting to landed in a place of age appropriateness, right? Which, again, to your point, 7th and 8th grade, it's close. Like, it was just a matter of age appropriateness in our opinion. So, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah. So when you look at the law, it says describe modes of transmission, and it's vague. You're looking at 7th graders. These are 12-year-olds. So the age appropriateness does come into play. So we kind of were really debating, age appropriateness, wanting to have that information for the kids, but again, they're kids. So I feel like our solution of reaching out to the publisher and getting what they recommended, the skin-to-skin sexual contact, and then putting the actual information in a teacher's note is a good compromise.
Yeah.
I think it still allows that information to be there, but at the end of the day, these are 12-year-olds.
And there's a lot of them that already
Well,
know this information. And so
Sure.
I think just, again, the people I've spoken to and myself, that I think them hearing that, I think the teacher needs to make a point of saying that. And I know that just because I think what we heard in some of the public comment earlier tonight about kids are going to find their own information, and I don't think they're going to make the jump to raise a hand and ask the question, and that's my feeling on that. So I don't know where the rest of the board stands on that. I think with the vote that happened the first couple of times. It sounds like we had our answer, and then we just kept going back for trying to find a different answer. And I don't think that was a good way to handle that. But I think I've stated my case on that one. The other comment I had was that it was on page 71 on the teacher guide. I don't know what lesson that was. I didn't write that down. Hang on, let me find it, sorry. There is a comment that it's about the sexting video transcript, so I guess that's slide 52. And it has to do with, you know, it talks about a 14-year-old girl who used a phone, sent a photo of herself, and then a boy shared it, that kind of thing. But the rest of the lesson talks about sort of the consequences that the girl has to go through. And I don't know if there's, I thought in one of the other curriculums, when it was a high school, I'm sorry, I thought it was one of the other curriculums where there was some information about what would happen to the folks that actually shared that information. And I don't know if that's something the publisher talked about or if they have information about that. But it seems to show that the 14-year-old girl is catching all the heat for this, and then the boy that actually shared it doesn't get any kind of consequence for that. So, not sure if there's any line we can add to that, or that it's sort of a shared responsibility in that regard.
It does say, though, at the bottom, David, I'm looking at, are you on page 71?
Yes.
Where it says the boy could also be charged with distributing pornography for forwarding photos.
Where is that?
It's
the left side?
in the white, on the left side,
I missed that.
not in the yellow
Okay,
highlight.
okay. I take that back.
So I see what I was
Yeah,
reading that as well, and
try-
the teacher's notes are not part of the script.
The script, okay.
Yeah.
And that's where I think I was confusing. I just want to make sure that we're not putting all the blame on one party in that situation. So, okay, never mind. I think that's all I had right now.
Okay, since we're on that page, because
Yes,
I
ma'am.
also had something on page 71. And let me see where it says. It says, what am I? Oh, up at the top, the yellow highlight under say, where it says nude or partially nude or otherwise inappropriate photo. But then over on in the teacher note, it says revealing, and somewhere else it says revealing. So I'm just wondering if we should be consistent in the verbiage. And so on the left, say nude or partially nude or revealing photo of themselves, since that's the term that's used elsewhere.
I'm looking for the revealing.
It's in the teacher note reference about 5 lines down. They make that suggestion that it's a 14-year-old girl used a phone-based app to send a revealing photo of herself to a boy she liked at school. On the left, Mrs. Groner is just saying otherwise inappropriate versus using the same verbiage, I believe, to be consistent.
I understand.
Because the question, because up here it says, under yellow, underneath the green box, it says CTB, revise question 1 to read, why did the teen in this story send a revealing photo? So, and then down in the teacher note, so that's what I'm saying. You're using the term revealing, so should it be revealing on the left side instead of?
Just add it to the list.
Well, or just say,
or
should it be
otherwise-
nude or partially nude or revealing photo of themselves? Instead of otherwise inappropriate, if you said revealing, just to have the verbiage all be the same. It was mine.
Yeah, I mean, without without having a quorum of us here, but I don't see why that would be a problem, to write it that way. I believe why we decided to go with inappropriate was because that was consistent with how we did the sexting lesson in 6th grade.
Okay.
But to your point, it would be more consistent in this with how we're asking that
Especially
slide
if
to
you're
be
asking to
reworded.
change the question to
Correct.
say revealing?
I would agree with that statement, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just amend that.
So I think what you're doing is you're changing otherwise inappropriate to say revealing on the left-hand side where that yellow highlight is. Okay, and just a few more page, and then we'll go back, but since we're close to page 76.
Oh,
Ready?
I'm there, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you were making a note.
I
Okay.
apologize.
No,
Yeah,
no,
well, I
okay.
was making your revealing note,
Okay.
yeah, so.
Okay, so on page 76, slide 55,
That sounds weird.
where it says, check for completion of the parent-guardian interview. In the first 3 lessons, we discussed healthy relationships, blah, 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 blah. Sometimes we have that section where it asks to check for completion of the interview, and sometimes we don't. For instance, page 94, lesson 7. So I'm just curious why sometimes you ask
So,
for,
I'm sorry I cut you off. I didn't mean to do that, but it is lined out here like it was an oversight, like it should have been crossed out. In the version of it that I have in Jen's version, I'll let her chime in on that, but it is scratched out here.
Yeah, we just overlooked that. It's difficult to
Okay.
do that because of the opt-in nature lesson by lesson.
Okay.
You'd have some kids sitting in there that weren't part of the lesson the day before if you were going to try to have that conversation.
okay, so you're going to not ask that. And so you're going to be consistent throughout the whole thing and not do that, ask the.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Okay, then we'll just go backwards. Page 59.
Ready?
Okay. In the video transcript, sorry, I'm going to have to open that up.
Same.
I'm curious why we deleted speaker 4 that says, I think that a lot of people think that if they use a condom, they have nothing to worry about, but nothing is 100% certain. So I'm curious about why we deleted that comment, and then I'm also curious about why we deleted the last sentence on speaker 6.
I can speak to your first comment.
Okay.
The reason we deleted that is because there is something that's 100% effective, and that's abstinence. So we felt that that statement was not in line with what the curriculum is supposed to be teaching the kids, an abstinence-based program.
Okay, because they're saying, but nothing's 100% certain where, okay.
Yes, it's not an accurate statement. And we didn't want the kids to hear that from another kid and believe that.
Okay.
And then could you read to me what?
It says, so speaker 6 says, my life is not about me anymore, it's about a little girl. It's not about when I want to eat or when I want to do anything, it's about her. So I'm curious why you crossed off, it's not about when I want to eat or when I want to do anything, it's about her.
So as we mentioned before, we had received some community feedback about some of the comments making teen parenting seem in a negative light.
Okay.
And so we felt like those statements did kind of fall in that category. So we left the ones beforehand, but the other ones seemed a little dramatic and kind of too much in a negative tone for teen parenting.
Okay, so just to play a little bit devil's advocate, my life is not about me anymore, that seems negative, right? I mean,
Yes, but then the next statement is it's about a little girl. So
Right.
it's kind of shining a light on the life and the positive thing that came out of it.
okay. Okay. Page 31. Oh, and I'm sorry, I've got to, oh gosh, I hope I didn't lose that. Okay. In the slide on the right that says puberty, I think we need to add guardian. It says something, 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 please talk to a parent / trusted adult. So can we add guardian, because isn't that, don't we consistently say parent?
That would be accurate to our statement. I would agree with that. That would probably require choosing the best to change that slide, but you got that note?
I didn't get the slide number.
So it's 31.
Slide 31?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, so then on 45, page 45, sorry, we're jumping around. So that's that whole slide 18, which I'll go, here's my question. If by changing the language to read STDs can be contracted through sexual activity, including skin-to-skin sexual contact, that sounds a whole lot like what number 4 reads. So do you really need number 4 and number 5?
That's actually a really good point. So for those of...
I mean, I know there's a little bit of difference because it says, number 4 says, some STDs can be contracted from exposure to certain body fluids of another person during sexual contact. Others can be contracted through skin-to-skin sexual contact.
Right.
And then now if you say number 5, STDs can be contracted through sexual activity, including skin-to-skin sexual contact. To me, it just kind of sounds like you're
redundant.
repeating it.
I actually agree, that's kind of an oversight because I think we got so fixated on the what to do with number 5, and that actually was the suggestion that choosing the best gave us, to use the alternate wording, right?
Okay.
So just to read, I'm gonna.
I was gonna say, choosing the best would have to just edit that slide. You
Okay.
can go back and ask them and just.
But I think her point is 4 and 5 almost say the same thing.
Right, they could, we could ask them if they just eliminate one of them, since they do sound very redundant.
Okay.
The trouble we had, and I think the part of it that made it, because there's been other topics that have been controversial in our review process, and what we've always tried to stick to in this committee is and stand on really is follow the law and the TEKS, but not go an inch past the TEKS. That's kind of been our catchphrase. And this TEK in particular was tough because of how vague it was, because it told them to describe the modes, but then it just stopped right there. So by giving them 3, sure, but we could probably come up with 10, right? So it kind of put the onus on us to determine on collectively, right, on the district, to determine what that means. So going far enough to give them a description of modes that they could describe, but not going too far beyond. And our TEKS is kind of our guideline for age appropriateness. Without us trying to be the judges of what's age appropriate, we let the TEKS do that for us.
Right.
And since it left it so vague, that's, I think, partially what made it so hard. Like, had they defined it for us, then we wouldn't even have had the conversation. So,
Okay, so, and you made this statement, I just want to clarify. So the TEKS are the same for 7th grade and 8th grade?
correct. The TEKS are 7th/8th grade TEKS.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So when developing the edits or the 8th grade curriculum, you're just following the same TEKS?
Same TEKS.
Okay. So it's not going to be a problem to use this 7th grade curriculum for 8th grade this year because we're meeting the TEKS?
That was the thought process that we had, yes, ma'am. That would allow us to be in compliance for 8th grade for this semester and then reconvene and do the eighth grade specific curriculum so that it would provide that building process as they advance. But there was no way we were gonna make the deadline, to get both done for this semester. So the alternate suggestion was present this one for eighth graders this semester as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But yes, the TEKS are literally the same TEKS.
So in the spring, we will teach 7th and 8th grade this material if this gets
If
approved
that's y'all's
tonight.
approval, then yes, ma'am, that's our recommendation.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I do have some concerns about this process of slide 18. And
Okay.
I've made some notes, so I'd like to kind of talk about what my concerns are. I went through all the committee notes that have been posted. So on October 6th, you voted twice, and both times voted not to change the wording,
Correct.
correct? Okay. So then on October 13th,
Actually, well, yes, correct, and I'm not trying to conflate or make it more difficult. We voted to leave it as the publisher said twice, correct. The subsequent votes, it was because initially, I think some members thought the vote being motioned was to just remove anal sex. That was the confusion that occurred in the beginning. The motion was intended to be soften the wording generally, but when we had our first day of deliberation, I think it was thought by some members that we were suggesting only removing anal sex and leaving the other two.
okay. Well, if you'll let me finish kind of going through my timeline.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
No, that's okay. So then on October 13th, it said that there was feedback that some parents in a single-member district were uncomfortable with the term anal sex, and a member wants to revisit the topic. Can you tell me which single-member district that was?
Lee.
Okay. And how was the feedback solicited?
Well, the member that brought it to our attention isn't here to speak on it, but the way I remember that conversation being was it was a conversation amongst friends, amongst, neighbors,
Okay.
I think, right? It was another couple, right? It wasn't necessarily like a broad swath of this
Okay.
SMD. It was just another couple that was a friends of the family of that individual member.
Okay, and so they said they had concerns about it,
They
so,
presented it
so
and
that
said,
member
hey,
came
how
back
would y'all?
and said, hey, I want to talk about it again?
Yes,
Okay, so then it looks like y'all decided that you were going to move on because you'd already voted twice on it.
right,
And you had voted for it to stand.
right.
And that you would very clearly make information available on the parent preview and permission slips, describing all of that data. So when I read that, to me, it doesn't sound like there was confusion about what the motion was. Because it said the committee was going to opt to leave the wording as written, but with the option to return to the discussion if you needed to. So then on October 20th was, I guess, a big, long discussion about confidentiality and information being told outside the committee. And so then when you go to October 25th is when the notes indicate that information had been shared with the trustees and that actually names of the people and how they voted were shared. And so, Mrs. Landry, I would like to ask why you needed to know how individuals actually voted.
I did not ask how individuals voted. I did not know how individuals voted. It was not shared that names were voted. The number was shared with me. There was no communication, and to this day, I don't know the names of all the individuals on the committees.
Okay, well, then that conflicts with what the meeting notes say.
The meeting notes are because I stated that I called Mrs. Landry and told her the three of us that supported the change. So I volunteered three of us. I didn't, and maybe she didn't remember. But I stated myself, the person that seconded the motion, and one other person supported changing it.
Okay, because then it was also, information came out that 3 of the committee members were receiving harassing text messages and emails calling them groomers and saying that they were trying to indoctrinate children. And then we have a meeting again on the 27th, and you reopen the discussion, and now the vote flips to change the language. So my concern is that there were other forces at play to change. And, you know, if the publisher has said that this language, that it can be contracted through sexual activity, including skin-to-skin, if the publisher says that that's medically accurate and we're meeting the TEKS and all that, I'm okay with that. What I have concerns about is the number of times that there was a vote taken, the somehow information getting out there, volunteers on the committee receiving, you know, harassment emails or text messages as they've stated, and then changing their vote. It just, it's concerning to me.
Understood. I'm going to ask Tony to elaborate on that because he'll have some additional info on the
Okay.
last.
Sure. So, yeah, there was, as Ben said, there was a lot of contention because we felt like in the past, the SHAC has worked under a form of confidentiality, and we had signed confidentiality agreements that the conversations that we had within the SHAC committee would not necessarily be shared outside other than what is published. Moving forward, that's the operation that's the standard operating method that I thought we were under. And so when it was presented in our meeting that some of our committee members had conversations with their SMDs or with other people, and then it then further got out that they shared, you know, how the vote went. It was, I guess, troubling from the standpoint of that's when the people on the committee, or at least 3 of the members on the committee, started receiving text and emails questioning them about the vote and why would you vote this way? Why would you groom 6th, 7th, and 8th grade kids, 12-year-olds, to where they're innocent, and now you're introducing anal sex to them. So now, what are they going to do? They're not necessarily going to go to their parent or to a trusted advisor, so they're going to go to Google. Is that the way we want our kids to learn about sexual transmitted diseases? And so it was very troubling for several of the committee members, because that's just not, we don't believe that, first of all, that we don't believe that's natural in some extent, okay? And so, like I said, the whole idea that we had multiple members, the feeling that their confidentiality was breached was very troubling. And it was very troubling to hear it, that we had members of the Board of Trustees requesting information about that. So that was the reason why it was brought up by me another time, because I wanted it on the record that I misunderstood what the vote was about, whether it was going to be strictly changing, strictly keeping what was medically accurate, and I felt comfortable saying that this is medically accurate. The way that the vote went originally, it's medically accurate. Did I feel comfortable about it? No, I didn't. Because I didn't want an innocent child who isn't. Because we all know that, yes, there are children out there having premarital sex. But again, the data shows that the number of those people is very low. And so why would we want to introduce this to everyone who opts in?
So I guess to go to the confidentiality piece of it, y'all have now changed the process in which you're voting, correct? You're
Yes,
not-
ma'am.
And so and you may not be able to, well, you might be able to speak to it as committee SHAC chair. Are all of the standing committees, have they changed the way they're voting also? Are they having to vote on anything?
I do not know if every committee has decided to do that. We did decide to do that within the Chase Committee. And of course, we do that within the full SHAC.
Okay, so has there been talk of trying to do some kind of confidentiality, signing something like they had done in the past, or has there been any talk
We
of
have
that?
talked about that. What I have been informed is the fact that other than HIPAA and FERPA, there's not a whole lot of protection. I am trying to draft an email requesting it from the Board of Trustees to see how we could, or how you could, try to protect the volunteers that are, part of
Okay,
SHAC.
I've had enough of this. Where was this, this manufactured outrage when one of our SHAC members was attacked by the media and her name was smeared all over everywhere? Nobody came out and said anything about this. But
Diane-
now, all of a sudden, no, hear me out. Now, all of a sudden, we've got, one sentence in a book that is questionable, that is suddenly, everybody is having this fade outrage over the fact that, somebody had given some information to her, and said, yeah, they voted this way.
Well, I
But-
think
But where was the outrage when Ms. Keene was attacked in the media? We didn't hear anything. Everybody was just kind of like, oh, well.
I believe I mentioned something in a meeting because one of my volunteers was being
So
attacked. too.
we're
And
all
I
of
also-
us,
I
we're
also
being
mentioned it.
attacked.
I also mentioned it. So let's be accurate here.
But I think the reason that I've brought this up is because they spent 2.5 meetings going through all of this, which has delayed the ability to get to all of the edits. So that,
Madam Grona, Dr. Micah, trustees, faculty, staff, and guests. My name is Marisol Madden, and I do serve on the SHAC committee. And I want to give you just a little bit of background to kind of respond to Ms. Varial about rage. I was 19 when I stepped into my very first classroom in San Marcos as a teacher's aide, because I wasn't allowed yet until I got my degree, which I went and did. I went on to teach middle school, high school, become an assistant principal for Harmony Hills, worked at Reagan High School under Bill Boyd, Miss Sheldon. And went on even to teach at UTSA's faculty freshman seminar. Then, fast forward, was picked up by a private company to bring teachers here to Northeast District with alternative certification. I have served my life in education, and I was one of those people that voted to keep in, as hard as it was for me to have anal sex, I do understand that it is very important for us to equip our children with the proper information. Because of that, and because when Ben said, and honestly, and guess, I want you all to understand this as well. When Ben said to us that he was giving information to Marsha Landry, I really was under the impression that there was some type of confidentiality. This task that you have given to us as just servants is extremely difficult. When you asked Ben for those names, or any of you, I want you to understand the fallout that came from that. I received text after text after text. And as an educator and as a mother who has served this district, I cannot tell you the disgust that I have been filled with. So if you want to talk about rage, let me share with you the tears, the disappointment, and at times the fear that that brought to me, to my family. And yet you think I have not served children, and I have. I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. I am trying my very best to bring all the information and expertise that I have, not just as an educator, but as a mother of 3 very successful children who all went through Northeast Public Education. We are trying to do our best. And I want to share one last thing with you. Can you just wait 1 minute?
Excuse me, ma'am, this is board meeting. Can you let her finish?
No, I just want you to know, I have never once betrayed the confidence of anyone here. And never once did Miss Huey, who aligned me or assigned me here, did I ever have a conversation with her? Because that is not for her to decide. She tasked me with something to do, and I ask my committee all the time, do you have a purpose or do you have an agenda? We have a purpose. We do not have an agenda. And our agenda is just something that we can't operate by. We've got to fulfill this purpose. And tonight, before we go any further, we just want to pass this. That's all we want.
Ma'am, to get back on task, you were going to say, Ms. Landry.
I would like to address the allegations made. I did not reach out to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott reached out to me. I was not taking notes when he was talking to me. It was a conversation about the upcoming presentation and what was going to be presented. He did express that there was a vote on that section of the material, and at the time when I was talking to him, I had no pen or paper in hand. I wasn't trying to come up with a solution. We were simply talking about the curriculum, and I relayed to him that I felt that these things will work themselves out. I did not write down who voted for what. I had no idea who voted for or against. He offered the information. I did not retain it. And I certainly didn't break his confidence in sharing that information with anyone outside of our conversations. So anything that occurred externally was certainly not a result of the conversation that Mr. Elliott and I had.
And another thing, what I'm very concerned about is that anybody was betrayed on this committee. Anybody. And from Mr. Byers, SHAC member, from Miss Landry's SHAC member, that's where my outrage is coming from. Because we ask you guys to step up for us. You guys have done this, and you have done this with kindness, dignity, and you have put your hearts and souls into this. And for anybody to be attacked under any circumstances because you are doing a service to our students, to me, that is where my outrage is coming from. It's not coming from, I'm outraged that, we had Ms. Keene attacked in the media, and she was smeared all over the media for everybody to see. I'm appalled that his SHAC member, I don't know her name, but she was completely devastated. And this has long-term consequences for careers and everything else. And as far as I'm concerned, we as a board need to work on something where these people stay confidential.
Can I offer something? Because I already talked to Mr. Kamen after the last meeting, and the law requires minute notes and votes, but doesn't require any names. And same with the discussion, it needs to be the substantive pieces of the conversation is a member brought up this, a member doesn't need anyone's name, and then the end votes, 5-0, 7-2, 29-2. That meets the legal requirements, and it protects the confidentiality. But going to full confidentiality and doing these non-disclosures, I have a huge issue. We are a public service. They are doing a public service, but there needs to be that balance. The meat of the conversation, even the subcommittees, needs to be there because there is going to be back and forth, which is why you have all the information you have right now because of those notes. Had they not done it and been confidential, you would know none of that. So we need to be very moderate here and very thoughtful in this and not be reactionary. Like you said, notes and votes, no names, the key parts of the conversation, not every single word that's said in the conversation. What were the key concerns mentioned in all of the subcommittees, the key points, back and forth, and then the votes, whatever they are, and that's it. The vote total is not who voted for what, and therefore going forward, and there is the expectation that those internal conversations would be reasonable to expect that it stays internal as far as how people vote, whatever. Any member of the SHAC, they have every right to talk to their trustees and share stuff if they choose to do it. I'm not saying vote names of people, but their conversations, we put them there. We're telling them to go forth and prosper. But if they have to say, hey, what about this or what about that? Not tell them how to vote, not tell them what to do. But we have to, can't say you can't ever talk to your trustee either. Occasionally, I've had different people on my committee. I told them, if you have a question, call me. I'm never going to tell you how to vote. You're supposed to go out, talk to the community members, get a feel and a pulse, and do what you believe is in the best interest of the entire district, representing our part of the district. Like I've said a long time ago, it's all about collaboration. But we need to get, I think we need to go, hopefully get back to this.
And that's what I was going to say.
So-
I think that is a conversation
Conversation
for
for
another
another.
time.
I would agree completely,
And so
Madam
I think
President.
what we need to do is get back to the vote. Are there any other discussion regarding the changes, the edits?
I say this, I know Mr. Byer, I would make a motion that we pass as approved with the parent guardian language change, the revealing photo change, and the edit to slide 5, but leave the SHAC and publisher recommended edit about skin-to-skin sexual contact. It's medically accurate, meets the TEKS, and that's what our SHAC's recommending to us. So that's the motion I make, is we approve it with those edits only.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, did you have more discussion? Ms. Landry was the second.
Okay, okay. Take all this aside. You say skin-to-skin contact. What does that even mean? I'm serious. What is it? Is there another way that we could put this where it may not be so slap you across the face, but I'm sitting here thinking, if I was a little kid and I'm going, okay, does that mean I can't hold hands? What does this mean?
It's just skin-to-skin sexual contact. It's medically accurate and, age appropriate. So I think there's a certain level of you have to use the term skin-to-skin sexual contact. And at the end, let's remember, every parent's opting in. Parents can also, if they want to provide more detail or specific details, they can go out and give the very specifics. But once again, publisher recommended, the SHAC went back and forth, but they, 2092, recommended to us as is with those few minor changes about the parent guardian stuff. And I think then that's something to consider. But if we're going to do this, I think we need to also respect all the work and time and Shaq and the conversations back and forth, parents, community members, and staff that had on the subject, my opinion.
But correct me if I'm wrong, if a student says to the teacher, I don't know what skin-to-skin contact is, the teacher has the ability to say vaginal, those vaginal.
What's written in the teacher's note then becomes an answer to the question. That's the purpose of the teacher note. If it wasn't there, that would eliminate their ability to answer from the curriculum. The teacher note was added suggesting the change be made. We also suggested the teacher note be added, giving the teacher a viable resource to answer from.
If it provides, to me, the appropriate balance. They have the ability to answer the very specific if it is asked. If it's not, they're provided this information as a 12-year-old going into this process in the building block approach, which will go on, continue future. But that's the motion on the table.
To answer your question just briefly, the reason we opted not to try to make a more specific wording or different wording, we originally did talk about changing the wording and how we would change it, but we decided to lean on the publisher because then we step into the realm of trying to be experts on what is medically accurate, and we're not qualified for that as the committee that we are. So that's why the language that is being suggested came straight from choosing the best themselves, the alternate wording.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so the motion was to approve the edits with the changes that I,
Yes, ma'am. Parent guardian, revealing photo, and the edit to slide, I think 18 lesson 2, delete one of those questions. I believe it was number 5 or number 4.
okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So 4 to 2, it passed. Yeah, say nay if you want to oppose. So we're going to do a roll call vote, please. All those in favor say, or Ms. Huey? No. Grona, yes.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Hilliard, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it carried 4 to 2. It is 9:05. Does anybody need a 5-minute break? No? Okay. Moving forward, item 12, new business for possible board action. A, instruction and campus administration. 1, possible action regarding off-campus physical activity approval. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Grono, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff and guests. Jen Aguilar, Director of PE and Health, will address this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff and guest. As we prepare for off-campus physical activity agency applications to open at the start of January and student applications to open in the spring, we've recognized a need to update our process for approving middle school off-campus physical activity based on new guidance released by TEA this year. NEISD has historically utilized the same processes and requirements to approve middle school off-campus physical activity as high school. However, TEA's clarification has made it clear that middle school off-campus PE should be following board policy EHAC, while high school off-campus physical activity should be following board policy EIF. The main differences between these two requirements are outlined for you on the slide. And as you can see, one area that impacts our process is certification. So unlike high school, where the Commissioner of Education and Superintendent certify off-campus physical activity, the Board of Trustees should certify the middle school off-campus physical activity. In the board packet you were sent previously, you were provided information on the current process used to qualify both middle school and high school off-campus physical activity agencies. We would continue to use this process. However, we will now ask middle school off-campus physical activity agencies to provide evidence that their activities align to the grade-appropriate PE TEKS to ensure they meet the definition of a structured activity per 19 TAC 103.1003. In addition, we will bring forth the list of newly qualified middle school off-campus physical activity agencies to a future board meeting for approval prior to the opening of student application windows on April 1st. So by participating in the off-campus physical activity program, students have the opportunity to compete in Olympic-level activities not offered by the district as part of their regular school day. We ask the Board of Trustees to approve and certify the use of off-campus physical activity as a substitution for the physical activity requirement for middle school students. And at this time, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Aguilar?
So one question, approximately how many students do we have at middle school level? Do you have an idea if it's currently in it?
Yes, sir. So 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. This year, we have, I'm going to do the math on the top of my head, 35, about 44
Okay.
students.
Okay. But they have to have this new thing starting for next school year to be in compliance? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the only question, Madam President. Thank you.
Anything else?
And do the organizations have to submit, or can a parent do it on behalf of the organization, or does a parent or guardian have to let the organization know to do the application? How does that work?
It's very tricky. So the agency themselves have to do their own application, which is very rigorous. They have to provide insurance. We interview them on site. We inspect their site. So that is the agency. So we do start communicating. We're definitely working on trying to find better ways to make sure our students know if they are currently with an agency and they're not on our approved list, to talk to that agency and get an application on.
And that was going to be my next question. How are we going to make people aware of this?
It is advertised on our website as much
Yeah.
as we can, but when we don't know where our students are going, say in elementary school. So we have talked to counseling departments when they start talking in the spring to their students to let them know. So it's definitely a tricky one.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve and certify the use of off-campus physical activity as a substitution for the physical activity requirement for middle school students?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Item 2, possible action regarding 2024-2025 NEISD instructional calendar. Mr. Jarrett.
Sorry, voice is pretty bad. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, executive staff, and guests. I'd like to ask Dr. Munoz to come forward for this agenda item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Today we have the moment I think that we've all been waiting for is the 24-25 instructional calendar that we have to present to you all tonight. So as part of our district instructional calendar, our daily objectives when we were looking at the development process, exactly how we were going to survey our community, our schools, our students, we wanted to ensure that we kept the scorecard at the forefront of all of our thinking to make sure that we were able to create something that revolved around all components as much as possible and to have that balance amongst all 4 areas. And so in order for us to be able to have our scorecard as a priority, we wanted to ensure that we got community voice. You know, we've gone through this process for a couple of years, and we're always about trying to get things better to be able to ensure that we're that our outreach has gone further, that we're able to integrate some information from the community that's able to back up everything that we are including in the calendar. And so what we did is we did have a survey where we were looking at calendar feature preferences. We looked at also making sure that some of that data that we were able to build into our calendar was also an open-ended response type of question. We looked at ensuring that our stakeholder feedback was then presented to our DEIC. And then part of that information, then we got our top 2 calendars, and then we sent those along with several additional items. These are new items that went out to the campuses. We went forward with the traditional voting link, but we also created a video. We have our presentation, and we had our final campus voting link for principals to submit their final campus vote. And then DEIC reviewed the voting results and then made the final recommendation, which is part of the presentation today. So our current 23-24 calendar components, we have 180 days plus 75,600 minutes. We do have an ADSI calendar. The 75,600 minutes is a minimum number of minutes as required by TEA. We do have 187 teacher workdays. That is part of Texas Education Code subsection 41.401. That is part of a 10-month contract. And then the ADSE funding that comes with the 180 days is available for additional instructional support programs for summer learning, intersessional calendar, so on and so forth. So as part of our feedback category, we wanted to ensure that we were able to gather more feedback than we did in previous years. And so we actually came up with a total number of 12,000 responses that came in after we sent out the survey for feedback to our community. We had specific categories that were tied to that response. So we had the number of student instructional days, we had start and end dates, we had the day of the week start was also listed on there, and we had winter break as part of those categories. And if you notice there, we have we have 2 bullets in some areas and 3 in most of the others. And what is highlighted in yellow is what the selection that gave us the most responses back. And so we had 177 instructional days that came back as a recommendation from the community with 5,000 responses, over 5,000, and then 180 instructional days with a little over 4,500 there, and then 3,000 responses said they had no preference. For the mid-August start ending before June 1st, we had over 8,000 responses saying that was what they preferred. Late August start, end of first week in June with a little over 4,500. And so as you notice there, we did have a clear winner in some areas, and in other areas, we did have a balance, almost a near balance between one selection then the other, and then no preference. So when we were designing these calendar components, we had to take this into consideration and say, we really cannot not create one of each, which is why we created both the 177-day calendar and the 180-day calendar as an option. So the additional considerations that we had for 24-25 were part of our open-ended response items, and 40% of those open-ended response items revolved around early release dates. The concerns of having or wanting less early release days decrease the number of half days. They preferred early release on Monday or Fridays. They asked if we could combine some early releases to have full days off, and then moving half days to the end of the month was more convenient. Our community voiced their concerns about multiple items regarding just early release. As far as our holidays go, they wanted longer holidays and minimizing the early release for additional staff and student holidays. And then about 35% of the remaining open-ended responses talked about end-of-year days, school time, and teachers, where they were talking about they would like to end before Memorial Day, planning ahead for bad weather days. If we were all meteorologists, we could do that, most definitely. Even I think they have a little bit of a hard time doing that too, but that's just my own opinion. But if you look at also the start and end times, and then looking at teachers needing more time for planning, and that time off was also part of the information that they gave us through that open-ended response. In addition to that, we wanted to share with you all how many instructional student days by level. We had our groups actually go through, and by level, we were able to sift out those members of the community, staff, students, anybody who answered our survey response, with 180 being the orange, 177 being the blue, and then no preference. So if you notice there, for elementary, we had the majority of that feedback come back that they wanted 180 days. For middle school, it was 177, just slightly over those that came in for 180. And then you have our high school who preferred 177 days. So we were looking at a variety of items here, and this also solidified our rationale to be able to say we needed to have both selections available for DEIC to review. So the calendar adjustments, we looked at less early release days. We had also teacher choice hours that were part of and have been part of our calendar selection for campus staff. We had monthly holidays and staff development days, making sure that we were embedding those appropriately. Winter break was also taken into consideration, ending before Memorial Day, and then teacher work days in both January and May, which was a recommendation, bless you, a recommendation and had been for multiple years. So our campus vote came in. We had the window open from November 28th through December 5th. And the overall campus vote that came in was the selection for 177 instructional days, with the overall campus vote being at 80% of what we received. And we had 20% come back at 180 days. So if you notice there at the bottom, we also included high school staff. The majority did vote for B. Middle school staff, the majority voted for B as well. And then elementary staff voted for B as well. We then looked at that information and we presented the recommendation from campuses to our DEIC on December 6th. After looking at all the information that was presented, going through all of the process with them as well, they decided that they would want to recommend calendar A at 180 instructional days. And their rationale, of course, we were looking at multiple items. We went through a workshop with them regarding all of the components that come with 180 instructional days versus 177, and their recommendation was calendar A, 180. So the additional feedback came from their open-ended response. So after our DEIC, we had an open-ended response Google form saying what they wanted, and we paraphrased a lot of their commentary in response to kind of give you all also some insight of their perspective regarding what they were, what they had elected, which was the 180-day. They were looking at the fact that through the 180-day calendar, additional funds that come with ADC would not be available. They were also concerned that we were not able to have access to those funds for additional attendance dollars. We wouldn't have that extra money for summer programs. And part of the 180, that is relatively new, and that's from 23-24, TEA has extended the opportunity for districts who have a 180-day calendar to have up to 5 waiver days. If in case there is bad weather to make up, you have 5 additional days that are part of basically that cushion where you don't have to extend. And we found ourselves these last few years being 180, having to make up days and trying not to make up the wrong date. And so we were always playing that kind of catch up where what would be the right time, what would be the right day to be able to make that up. Well, now TEA has come back and said there are 5 waiver days that are available for districts that have 180-day. That was all explained in the video, that was explained in the handouts and the one-pagers that we sent over to campuses. We wanted to ensure that everybody made an educated decision as far as what they wanted to select. And after going through the workshop, this was one of the commentaries that came through from multiple members of DEIC. What we were looking at as far as why they selected 180 versus 177, they were looking at these items to the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, we were able to collect the open-ended response commentary that talked about, but we want to be able to value teacher and staff voice. They are important in this decision-making process. We want to be able to make sure that teachers feel valued, that they do not feel that if we go with 180, that we're ignoring campus votes. And then parents within the community, we have a couple of parents in DEIC, and they wanted the community to be able to get out before Memorial Day, because that's been a concern and a frustration every single year. And they said, even though I would like the 180, I know that my community does want the 177 to get out before Memorial Day. So it was interesting to see, even though they voted for 180, they were still concerned with not going with the 177 route that campuses had suggested. So there was a lot of thought that came through all of that, which is why you see this here. DEIC majority recommended 180 days, while campus results, the majority was 177 instructional days. And so consideration for final approval, it was important for us to be able to extend the information out to the campuses to ensure that, both 180 and 177, we do have 187 teacher days. We also, one of the things that we have for 180 is that we have half-day attendance dollars that come to us beyond the adopted calendar for summer school that helps support that. 177 does not. We also looked at the 180 did not have to schedule those bad weather makeup days because we were automatically eligible for 5 waiver days. For 177, you will have to make up those days first before you're able to submit any waiver, if any, at that time. And as far as we know right now, there isn't one for that we're aware of. And then the majority of elementary community was looking at the 180 days. The majority of the secondary community wanted 177 days. We also had the difference between teachers coming back on that Monday after winter break, while on the 177, they would come back on that Friday after winter break. DEIC supported 180. That was the majority vote. DEIC did not support 177 days for the results listed in the previous slide. However, campuses supported 177 days. That was their majority vote, and they did not support the 180-day calendar, which leads us to our final recommendation. So we had to take a couple of things into consideration and really look at the big picture and making sure that we had our scorecard at the forefront of all of our thinking and our decision making. And so as a district, we recognize that the following benefits for 180 will not be available if we adopt the calendar B of 177 school days. We understand additional funding is not available. We understand that the waiver days are due to extenuating circumstances are available on the 180 and not the 177. There is and has been reports recently throughout that there is an overall success rate of districts that have adopted a 180-day calendar because the additional dollars that are able to be made available are used to pay teachers for summer programs. So we are aware. However, as a district, we did utilize a balanced scorecard to support our final recommendation. We wanted to ensure that we integrated community and stakeholder feedback in the initial design of these calendars, which is what we did. The community themselves supported 177. That was the majority vote. We understood the implications of the waiver days, that we would have to make up those days if in case we did have any bad weather. And we value campus and staff recommendation. We also wanted to ensure that our teachers and campus leaders are the ultimate advocates. We understand that they want high-quality education. They would like the 177-day vote honored. But we also appreciate and value DEIC's contribution and feedback. I'm not sure if this has ever happened before where there has been a vote for one calendar from one group and then a vote for another calendar from another group. However, the majority came back at 80% of our campuses wanted calendar B 177 days, which is the recommendation that we are bringing to you tonight. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yes, who makes up, I'm kind of confused because you keep saying the community. Does this mean the community at large, the parents, everybody?
So we sent out the survey to everyone. That's why we had the over 12,000 responses. There were parents, there were anybody who was part of our internal system who receives our surveys, like Aubrey had mentioned. There is surveys that go out through multiple systems within our district, so we chose that as an opportunity to be able to gauge that feedback before even designing the calendars.
And how does this compare? I've been getting feedback from our, or from my constituency, and, you know, they're saying, well, you know, I've been thinking about moving to Comel because of their calendar. We really like their calendar. How does this compare to the Comel calendar? Are we more in line? Do you guys know?
So their calendar, so they're going through the process right now. So I was just visiting with that superintendent, and Mr. Jimenez is actually a parent out there, and he's been going through it as well. So they're in the adoption stage as well, but they are adding additional days to their calendar this year in their proposals. Now, it will not be, they were 100, I believe, in 62. The calendar choices that went out had 170, but you said you've heard discussion around a 168 now.
Correct. I've heard of a different option that's come out from the two that we all voted on, going back to a third option that scaled it back a little bit to, instead of 170 now to 168.
So let me try my best to speak to this, and I apologize again. So in order for them to do that, they also have to increase the number of minutes, which then extends into the later part of the day, which then extends into the traffic flow whenever you have games, events, and different things like that. So if you're in a rural community, you have a little bit more flexibility and agility, but you are extending the day because you still have to hit the 75,600 minutes. And so that's how they were able to do the less days, is by more minutes.
Longer days.
Yes, longer days.
So it looks really pretty on the surface, but it's really not, essentially.
So, and I don't cast stones. I think everybody has to find their way. And the challenge is that trying to meet everyone's needs through this process is quite challenging. And so, as Dr. Munoz said earlier, the survey that's sent out, it was sent out before we started any design process. That was done purposefully so that way we're not making decisions before we have feedback from the community. And so when we do the design, we designed it around what tried to meet everyone's needs as best we possibly can. We know that we're not going to hit the mark with absolute certainty, but I felt like we took every step of the way to include their voice and then to allow them to be part of the process. And so this is what we came up with for the 24-25 school year.
Thank you.
Members, I have one question, one comment. Just the question is, and I believe it's on the slides, we're still a district of innovation, but with the 177-day calendar, so we have that flexibility.
Correct.
And then the other thing I want to say is, really thank you all, because this shows the value of that parent and campus staff input in alignment with the scorecard. But this is how we build trust, because you show that you value the input. There's give and takes. It's never going to make everybody happy, but it translated that survey input into actual result, even though there was obviously some different opinion of the DIC, because I've had multiple people say, the district has surveys, they already have the plan, they're not listening. And I said, I think things are changing, that's why you're seeing more open-ended surveys. And I think this is one of those prime examples of competing factors, but ultimately recognizing that. And I think it's a very good option and will make everybody happy, especially finishing before Memorial Day, because that's something that we hear all the time. So thank you all for all the work and the back and forth for everybody involved in the process.
But just remember, we have two makeup.
Yeah.
Bad
and
weather
that's
makes
the
the
one
one
thing
thing that
that I
could throw
want-
us back.
I
They
want to
do.
make sure everybody gets. There are no waivers.
Yeah.
So last year, when people got very upset on why were we making these days up, and I was able to get a waiver through, that is part of the reason why the 180 then got that 5 days worth of waivers. In the 177 calendar, because look, y'all, I work 230 days. So 177, 180, it matters not, right? So it was really about finding that balance. But everybody needs to understand, because what caused our issue and why I had to try to seek a waiver through that was what we heard from our staff. We had to turn off our subsystem because of the volume that had planned something for a bad weather makeup day, believing there was a waiver coming. All right? In this system, the staff has to understand, don't book anything. Because if a bad weather makeup day hits, we will make it up. The other thing I want you to understand, because I had a call with the commissioner about this, is I wanted to make certain I understood this to the letter. So as we went through this and looked at, the only way a waiver will be extended is once you've made up 2 bad weather makeup days. All right? Well, what happens if that bad weather makeup day falls after, what if the bad weather happens after the first bad weather makeup day? You see? Well, so you either add one in, or if you have minutes to make up for them, you can maybe, or you start eating our ADA. And I asked Dan today, just to make sure, I said, Dan, Mr. Villarreal, what is a day's loss of ADA? And you gave me the number of
1.8.
1.8 million. So I just, look, y'all, I just want, I want everybody, it just needs to be out there. Because ultimately we landed on You know, the voice was there, and we have to honor it. But everybody has to understand the ramifications of it, and that we now will have to potentially be agile in doing that, because as this board, you guys know more than anyone, we're already in a deficit budget. We can't start eating $1.8 million hits each day, too. So we would, if in that scenario, I would bring to you an adapted calendar to say we've got to add an additional makeup day in here, or two. Because, or you, ultimately, I'd bring it, ultimately, you have to vote, right? But there are some trade-offs in all of this.
Dr. Micah, if I can also mention just.
Mr. Jarrett, can I just finish real quick?
You can do whatever you want,
Thank
sir.
you. Just real fast. I want you to save your voice, sir. The other thing that everybody needs to understand in this, that as we discussed it, is anyone on an hourly will now work 3 less days. Do you see? Again, these all are the trades and goes, right? But bus drivers don't need to drive 180 now, they need to drive 177. Instructional assistants are going to work. So there's going to be a financial impact to some of our employees, because they now, to a teacher, they're going to work 187. To anyone on contracts, they're still going to work. But those hourly folks, there is a ramification to them as well. All right? Like this really was, I remember when Mr. Jarrett, I walked into his office and his eyes were massive. And he says, I think DEIC is going to vote differently. He goes, I can't believe this is happening. But again, this was the process that we wanted to play out. But I just want to make sure you all understand those ramifications, and to the employees as well, that they understand them. Because it's about transparency of these decisions are tough. Ultimately, you don't make everybody happy. But there are some trade-offs in through all of it.
And just be clear for anyone who has not much to see the presentations we do, the 2 bad weather days is February 17th and May 27th, which is the Tuesday after Memorial Day. Yep. And so people do need to have that expectation, because that attendance piece, and obviously for the teachers and staff,
sir.
so that
And
that's the
that's it.
trade-off of
Yes, sir.
having 3 less days if we go that route.
Correct. And if you remember from last year, this is where the consternation lied, right?
Yep.
But I've already booked my plans. It's starting. Well, but look, if every year for most years I've worked in education, there was some inclement weather that causes a problem. So you know it's coming, which is why I'm saying, should the 177 get approved tonight, people just need to understand, and we will. I've already talked with Mrs. Chancellor about it, about creating messages early on next year, clearly articulating to our community and to our staff, don't book anything on these days. You have to plan that you're actually going to be in attendance.
Can I ask a question? Did you guys ask the hourlies? Did you guys get any input from them? What did they say, if you did?
So the survey link that went to every single principal could be sent out to all of his campus staff or her campus staff. So they would push that out. As long as they had an NEISD email, they'd be able to receive that, and they were part of that particular principal's group. They would respond to that survey link, and then he or she would then submit the popular vote for their campus.
Okay, so we don't know how much of that 20% that was for the other one was, not the hourly people.
We could definitely find that out.
That's what I'm really concerned, especially in these times.
We can find it out, but it is a very stark difference between 80% and 20%. And so even if every one of them voted that they wanted the 180, it would be very difficult to make up, literally 60%. So that's the challenge when you take every vote into consideration.
So on the 170 days, how does that impact graduations? Sorry, the 177 day.
It doesn't. The thing that's going to impact graduations is the dome. I mean, ultimately, it's as they get competing interests. I mean, this year was, I couldn't believe how long it took, Because we were promised to get the dates, and then what we got was a schedule of just high school, college. It didn't really give us much. So it's always about whether that dome has space at that moment for us. Does that make sense?
It does.
Because ultimately, we put in with no guarantee of that those are our days.
And so what is that time span that we put in? Is it the last week of May?
It's
Is it-
usually right in the Memorial Day weekend. That's typically what we've had. This year, we're moving, because Saturdays are now taken up by football. We couldn't use a Saturday, so we usually had Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Now we're Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday for this coming year. We found that out, Mr. Shoesmith, about a month and a half ago.
So if we went to the 177-day calendar and the last day of school is May 22nd, would that be an opportunity for us to look at different day range to do the graduation earlier?
We would love for that to occur, but the dome is really going to tell us when our dates are.
So what's going ahead of us this year are universities and those graduations. So UTSA is ahead of us. I don't know, there's some other ones.
UT Health Science.
UT Health Science. So again, you know, I don't want to be the dome either, trying to make decisions about who gets what dates, because I know, you know, I can tell you after we got our dates, they called us and said, hey, would you switch one? And we're like, no, we're not, because ultimately they were trying to balance out us, Northside,
some of the smaller.
Shirt Cibolo,
Right.
Harlandale, all the a bunch of different universities. So they've got all these competing. So it might, but ultimately we're never going to get to pick anyway. They're going to tell us what we get.
But May 22nd, the last day of school is a Thursday, and then we can hope the Football League doesn't have a great thing and leave, so then we can get Friday, Saturday. I want them to do well, but not
Mr.
that
Hilliard,
long.
we can certainly ask,
But-
and I will tell you that Mr. Shoesmith has a great relationship with the Alamo Dome, and they really do try the best to try to accommodate us, but they're also, again,
Right,
working with
but
the
by
large
us
districts.
approving it now, we can at least put the request in early, maybe ahead of other districts at a minimum. No guarantees, but at least it gives something to work with. Okay, thank you.
I had a question about the summer programs, about how many students do we service with that,
So these last few years have been interesting because we have had additional funding sources, but I'll let
Right.
Mr. Jarrett talk about that.
Yeah, we're going to have to explore a reduction in the number of sites that we offer summer programming because we no longer have access to those ATSI dollars that was helping offset the cost. Typically, we ran about, I believe, 4 elementaries, 1 middle, 1 high before, and I'd just say 2018. And then after the pandemic hit, we really expanded, especially at our Title I schools, just because of the loss of the learning loss. And so as we hit 24-25, summer 24-25, we're going to have to look at decreasing summer programs and the pay scale for summer that we pay our teachers during summer hours.
what, do we know of any other avenues, grants, or any kind of funding that we'd be able to look into to supplement that?
We will keep an eye open, but at this time, there isn't
Head-to-heads,
any.
yeah.
They haven't delivered, and that's part of the state's goal with the 180 is to incentivize
To
for
incentivize
districts to adopt a 180 to continue to support
Yeah,
students beyond
I
the
I will tell you, the state is pushing districts to put children in school more and not less.
Yeah. Just lost my train of thought. Do we know what that dollar amount generally equates to, roughly?
Roughly about 1.2 million is
Okay.
what we generate with ATSI.
Okay. So we'll have to get creative with that and those student populations that we serve in those areas.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a guess at what the reduction would have to be? Would we be back to kind of what it was in 2018 situation? or-
Hope not. I mean, only other funding sources that we just repurpose accordingly is our Title I dollars, which is our federal dollars to support some of those schools, but even that can only stretch so far.
Sure.
But we would, of course, look at all angles and possibilities to continue to serve as many kids as possible.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Villarreal, I have a question for you. You said that we would lose not approximately, and I'm sure it's to the penny. How much per day?
Well, we get like $34.80 per day, because remember, it's 6160. If you were divided by 177, you get $34.80. If you multiply that by 53,000, because it's weighted average daily attendance, it's not the 57,000 kids, that comes out to around 1.8 mil.
Okay. How much do we, let's say, on a daily, for lights, water, everything, how much does it, in transportation, food, everything, out of that, what would be the actual loss?
Because the food, we get reimbursed anyway.
Right.
But I don't think we'd be saving on electricity or anything, because, I mean, you'll still have staff show up. Even though the students might not show up, you're still going to have everybody show up to work. So on a makeup day, we're still going to be open for business, whether the kids come or don't come. So, but it's not as much as what you might think, because I mean, like utilities are 15 million a year. So if you break it down by 230 days, because I mean we're open, it might be a couple of, maybe less than 100,000 total that we would save if we were to cut off water, electricity, and not have to pay for some of the overtime that we might incur.
Okay.
Was there any comments from the campuses to suggest why they wanted the 177? I know elementary school, the majority wanted the 180, but the high schools and the middles wanted the 177. Was there an explanation for why they wanted the three?
So I know that it's always been a curious dance that we've had as far as when we start the year, when we end the year, and it's always been something that we've wanted to pretty much strike that balance between how many days our campus staff are actually working with kids, to give them the balance to be able to have the planning time as well. But a large part has been how long we're in the month of May going into June, that we had to really look at those particular days, because I think one of the biggest causes for concern and frustration has been the fact that we're going into Memorial Day weekend, or we have to come back a couple of days after. Adjusting the number of days in addition to moving the calendar up. We didn't want to move it too early, because we also did not want to start too early in August. The adjustment had to come with those 3 additional days. And so just looking at the reduction in those days and putting both options there for staff, it was very clear that those 3 days made a huge difference for them.
Because it's at the back end.
Correct.
So it's after Memorial Day. Okay. And I guess, parents are the same. So it really had to do, basically, I would guess, with not wanting to come back after Memorial Day. Because there were a few other changes, but. Okay, any other questions or comments about this? Do I have a motion regarding the calendar?
Yes, ma'am. I will recommend the 177-day calendar for 24-25 school year.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? Mr. Byer, you're making a face. Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
How many nays? 2. Ms. Huey, were you an aye? Okay. So the motion carried. So we will do the 177-day calendar. Item 3, possible action regarding extended school year calendar 2024-2025. Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you, Madam President. Member of the board, executive staff, I would like to ask Dr. Munoz to address this agenda item as well.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Tonight, we bring you our extended school year calendar presentation. Larkspur Elementary, Cerna Elementary, and Jackson Keller Elementary have been part of the extended school year calendar. And we have our lovely principals with us, I believe. Yes, we have Jackson Keller. We have a couple of principals that are upstairs. Oh, there they are. I'm sorry. There they are. They're just waving. They're here to take any questions that you guys may have regarding the presentation. Part of what we're going to go through today is we're going to go through the background and why the steps were taken regarding extended school year calendar. We're going to also look at data trends. We're going to look at stakeholder feedback, which is also part of the communication loop that we want to be able to extend to all campuses and communities. And then we are going to present our final recommendation for extended school year. So starting with the background, back March 1st, 2021, the proposal was that due to school closures and COVID-19, the data was suggesting that students were experiencing significant achievement gaps unless they were provided a targeted support plan. The program was built using the data to analyze elementary grade level skills and then and address the need for targeted instructional support, especially for those students that had those high academic needs. So in the process, working alongside our extended school year principals, they created an extended school year program that allowed for that time to be specifically paced out throughout the year. And then also the summer learning program was also infused as part of a carryover of the school year. So it would go from June 7th through July 2nd with targeted high quality elementary learning program that would allow reteaching for essential grade level standards. And in order to put this in place, we had to have at least 80% teacher buy-in, which it was successful at the time. We initiated it and got started with extended school year. So the focus was to be able to ensure that students who were not mastering the content, that they were able to receive intersession support. So they were able to get called in for a week long time, and they would come in for that time to work directly alongside their teachers. The teachers would then work with them in small group instruction. They would make sure that they would help them master that content, receiving those extensions if needed, so that way you could move the kiddos from approaches to meets and then to masters. The teachers would then have that dedicated week of time to be able to focus solely on the student needs and minimizing that summer slide because of the extension of that year. They were also able to allow for that immediate remediation, so it was just-in-time support. It wasn't something that happened closer to the time of test time. It was happening periodically throughout the year, and they were able to target those specific TEKs based on formative assessment results and provide that timely support. So initially, they looked at schedules, they looked at teacher schedules, administrative schedules, the specialist schedules, everybody who was employed under the ESY calendar. We looked at professional learning under curriculum instruction and assessment to ensure that there was a carryover of the content that was presented through the comprehensive, that it was the same for ESY. The calendars were created and reviewed, and I think each year we were able to go back and review, revise and edit if needed based on the success rate from the previous year. We also communicated this to parents, community, DEIC, and then to you as our board to be able to ensure that we got that communication out. We also looked at the budget that came with the extra days that were part of extended school year and how that was also an add-on to the ESY, and then also operations. So we looked at transportation, food services, and kin that also had to be provided. So in order to be able to look at this, we again went back to our scorecard and we wanted to make sure that we were taking into consideration student, staff, stakeholders, and stewardship to make sure that we were moving in the right direction considering ESY planning. So in order for us to be able to come to this decision and to give you this presentation today, we also wanted to give you guys the data, because I think that's also a very important point to be able to refer to ensure that we make the appropriate decision for ESY as well. So based on the information presented here, you have a chart that has all students in the blue line. The dotted orange line is economically disadvantaged. You have the gray dotted line for our emergent bilingual students and our special education students with the green dotted line. And if you notice there in 2019, their performance level there, and then we had COVID. The decline in performance was something that we saw across the entire nation. It was something that we saw, especially statewide, that there were certain pockets of certain content areas that really struggled the most with our math and reading components there. And so you were able to see in 2021, when we saw that data come through, that yes, we did perform lower than we did in previous. However, it's not that much lower considering the situation that our students were up against. After 2021, we went into 2022, and there are our results right there. You saw a slight increase in performance, but then the state came back and redesigned the assessment, which is that STAR redesign right there. And so for Larkspur Elementary, you have where they started back in 2019 and where the estimated result is there for 2023. Ultimately, there are several factors there. COVID, STAR redesign. However, they still were able to pursue the ESY schedule. They were able to bring in kids for intersession sessions, and they were able to provide that targeted support. And if you notice there was a slight increase in certain student populations, but yet there was that decrease there with others. Cerna Elementary data starting off in 2019, and at that particular percentage, then you had COVID, which also disrupted their progress in 21. We have those markers there for the same student populations, all students, ECO-DIS, EB, and SPED. And then there was a surge in performance, which was really good in meets level performance. And then again, the STAR redesign, which has also shown that there was a decline in some percentages. In other percentages, there was an increase in performance from one year to the next. For Jackson Keller, there was sort of a steady decline and then an increase when you see their performance there from 2019 all the way to 2022. And then again, that STAR redesign then did have an impact on student performance and their scores on STAR meets grade level performance. And these are all subjects by student population. So when we were looking at staff and stakeholder feedback, we were looking at the rewards that came with intercession calendar and what challenges came with intercession. And this was some of the commentary that they received from their own parents, staff, community. The frequent breaks in the calendar would allow staff to be able to work with students. They were able to have those small groups, the smaller class sizes, and they enjoyed working with students in a more like a smaller class setting. They noticed that there was less regression over the summer months as well. They were able to restructure what that instructional setting looked like, and they were also able to have those breaks for teachers and students throughout the year to be able to target those kids that needed their support the most. So they were able to bring in those kids during that intercession week for that targeted support. The challenges, on the other hand, that they saw was having a different schedule from the rest of the district was challenging for some of our parents. So if they did have a student at one of our ESY elementary campuses but had a middle school or a high school student on the traditional calendar, it was difficult as far as transportation, so on and so forth. They also saw that the extended school year went into student and teacher burnout. So the attendance at intercession at some cases at the beginning of the year was very healthy. And then as the year progressed, students kind of started to fall off of that intercession attendance. The mobility, we did have students that were moving from our ESY campuses over to our non-ESY campuses as well. We had students that only would attend 1 to 2 days of intercession as opposed to finishing off the entire week. Also, there was a disruption in behavior. So with the littles, they need consistency. They need to have that same type of system happening day in and day out. With a week where they wouldn't be in attendance in that same structured setting, it would kind of throw off the routines. And so teachers would have to start all over again sometimes with some of the little ones. And then also, they would have to have meetings also during intercession weeks that were part of our district system and things that needed to get voted on and things that needed to get funneled in. And they also did find that students towards the end of the school year were also withdrawing. So families were withdrawing their kids because they did not want to go into that late June or mid-June end date. They wanted to be at home with their siblings who got out in May. And then also it was difficult, what they found as well was that it was difficult for them to be able to find appropriate childcare for some of those intercession weeks that did happen periodically throughout the year. So our feedback here, you have two side-by-sides, two graphics here that talk about our staff feedback and our community feedback. So for Larkspur Elementary, our staff feedback was recommending that they go back to the traditional calendar that at 71%, while 29% wanted the ESY. The community feedback there says that 58% recommended traditional calendar, while 42% said that they would like to stay with the ESY. For Cerna Elementary, staff feedback, looking at the rewards and things that they were looking at as far as how they outweigh the challenges, 55% of the staff are in favor of the ESY and would like to pursue the ESY, while 44%, it's almost half and half, say that there are some pretty significant challenges that they have to deal with. The community feedback, 42.9% would like to go back to traditional, while 42.9% would like to stay with ESY, believe it or not, when 14.3% said they did not have a preference. So that was also a mix as well, which is why our principals are here to give you more feedback on that. And Jackson Keller, there were some significant challenges. The staff voiced that there was more challenges than rewards at 60% who would like to go back to the traditional, while the 40% wanted to stay with ESY. The community feedback, however, 83% would like to revert back to the traditional, while 16.9% said they would like to continue with ESY. So our recommendation is to be able to have our ESY campuses return back to our traditional calendar for the start of the 24-25 school year. And part of the planning process would be to ensure that there is communication that goes out to the community, to all stakeholders about the change, ensure that they're able to have access to the curriculum and instruction and assessment processes. They would follow district processes through the traditional calendar. We would be able to co-produce plans to ensure that those particular student populations that were not performing academically at the meets performance, that we were able to still provide them that support through CNI, campus administration, and campus leaders, teachers as well, and making sure that we looked at how the implications would then fall on our budget. So there would be a decrease in budget for extra duty pay that was given to staff that would have to work that intercession time. We would repurpose that, and then also looking at operations. So making sure that our transportation, food services, kin are all adhering to that same type of traditional calendar process for our former ESY campuses. So are there any questions?
Questions?
One real quick, one of the comments I saw in there was about they'd have a short break between, so we would finish out this school year under the ESY and then.
Correct.
So that would go through the whatever mid to late June.
We would finish everything out this calendar year, and then they would start with everyone else and end with everyone else for the 24-25 school year.
24-25, so their summer would be a little truncated.
They have always started with everyone else in the past as well. So everybody, extended year and traditional always starts in August.
Okay, so they, okay.
Castle Hills is the one that starts a lot earlier.
Right, okay, never mind.
Any other questions?
I just think the major concern is, and that good feedback from the principal perspective on the campus, is there any other major rocks that we should consider? Obviously, recommended a lot of good research, sounds like a lot of feedback from both the community and the staff, so I mean, there's no other major rocks we as the trustees need to go. And if there's not, you don't need to come forward. I just want to make sure, is there some other big aha we should be considering? Okay, that's all for me, Madam President, thank you.
Do what?
There's a look.
I just would like the
You need to go to the mic so that we can capture you on video.
No, just a big rock, just especially because we were a little bit of the outlier with the calendar and our success and the support for it, is to just keep it in the back of your minds for another opportunity or for there to be more alignment within the district, because I think it worked. And I think it wasn't the silver bullet necessarily, but I think it could be something to consider down the line with other programming where there was more consistency at a district level as opposed to being an isolated campus, if that makes sense. So I would just ask that, we understand where we're at now, but I think in the future, extended year works. And I think it's something we need to not completely abandon, but maybe temporarily.
Can I, wait, hold on. Okay, if you were sitting here on this board, what would you do?
No, I mean, I know exactly what I would do, because I think when we really talked about it at my campus, it has to be what the analogy I used and the analogy that the staff used was it has to be a three-legged stool. Right now, we feel we're the strongest leg, and the legs from the community and the district are not as strong as the school, and so it's not the right time, it's not the right mix. We believe in it, but other things have to be put into place, and I don't know that we have control over whether those things can be put into place, especially for a community like Cerna that's very mobile. It's a lot of re-education every year about extended year because we have, I don't have exact percentages, but I would say it's not an overwhelming majority of our families have been through it all 3 years. Because of the families that come and then leave, and then families that have joined us just this year or had just joined us last year. So I think there needs to just be a long-term program where you have a feeder pattern that would support elementary through high school, a summer extended year program. And I think things like that could exist down the line, but I just don't think they exist right now. So if I had to vote, I would vote that we should go back to a traditional calendar. But as a board member, I would consider to explore the different options out there that could exist in the future.
Okay, which begs the question, why haven't we called these people in before it got to this point and asked them from their perspective?
Well, I think they needed a couple of years of knowing what it was before we could just abandon it. And I think that's what, to Mr. Hilliard's point a minute ago about data and I mean, we've tried something, done it for 2.5-ish years, and have realized that there's some success and there's some things that aren't quite working. And I think that's exactly how the system needs to go.
Yeah, and when we initially started this endeavor, we said we needed at least 3 years of implementation before we can make a final recommendation to continue or strategically abandon. And so we had to collect the right information in order to bring forward a recommendation for right now.
See, what I'm looking at, if I'm reading this correctly, is that the test scores, even through the worst of times, actually went up. Am I correct?
You are correct, especially at Cerna in particular. And it grew in a slower rate than we hoped, but it was growing. And Cerna really was an outlier in their performance data. The thing that I just want to remind everyone, when we started this initiative, it required an 80% buy-in. You can have all the programs you want to, but if the staff and the community is not bought into it, the implementation level gets compromised. Once that's compromised, you're not going to get the results that you want, but you're going to spend a lot of extra dollars. So until you get to a point where you have a whole system pulled in the right direction, you got to push pause for a second and reevaluate.
Yeah, and to Ms. Lomas, to your point, right? I believe, and I think this is the right number, but I may recall it incorrectly. Her mobility rate at Cerna is like 70%. So to her point about educating, you don't think it's that high?
No, sir, I think
But it's pretty high.
It's pretty high, yes,
It's
sir.
high. Again, you may not be the 70%, but I know you're high.
But we're up there, yeah.
And the thing is, with it being high, is that to her point, when you're the only one, it's educating parents over and over and over. Because again, even when it came to some of our messages, we had to change a little bit about what we were doing because it lent confusion into those communities. Oh, by the way, but not you, right? Like, oh, by the way, but not you either. And so it's that piece. And I think what Ms. Lomas is recommending is something to explore down the line, because I think to her point is, if a whole feeder pattern was in, I think it's doable. I think when you're one-off, it's more difficult, because it does enter the family component, right?
And I think this is one of those efficiency and consistency, and coming back to Mr. Byers' point, we have tried it. Now we can monitor if we go back, assuming the board approves it, and look at it, but then keep the idea for certain components, or some of the summer programs maybe where we can do some add-ons if it makes sense. But for now, I think, and thank you for taking time to share that, but I think this is one of those ones where those balancing acts in the district scorecard's helping. So I think it's good, but the presentation was very good with the details. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Ms. Lomas. Any other questions, comments? All right, so do we have a motion to approve all 3 extended school year campuses to return to the approved traditional calendar for the 24-25 school year?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 4, possible action regarding proposed increase in SSA tuition rates for 24-25 school year. Mr. Jarrett.
I'd like to ask Vanessa Kosar, the acting special education executive director, to come forward for this agenda item.
God bless you.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. I'm coming to you today to talk about a proposed tuition increase for our regional day school program for the deaf shared services agreement we call it SSA. So currently we have 4 districts, including ourselves. We serve Alamo Heights, Comal, Judson, and Northeast. Marion has submitted a request to join our SSA in 24-25, and that's something that a district has to submit prior to November 1st to be considered for that next school year. So what we're looking at right now, the proposed increase would be changed to member districts for each student who attends the NAISD RDSPD site. An increase in annual tuition is needed to help fund staffing shortages that are currently covered by agency staff, increased cost to obtain and retain highly qualified staff to support these students. So when you're looking at the chart to the right, when you're looking at 23-24, we're currently sitting at 15. But when you're looking at 24-25, the proposed increases are incremental. Current districts around us, when you're looking at SAISD, sits about $17,500 a year, but then when you look at Northside, they're sitting at $27,000 a year. So we really looked across the gamut of how are we being competitive when we're trying to retain, when we're trying to pull the staff members in and say, hey, come work at Northeast ISD, here's some of the things we do for you, and here's what this looks like, here's how we want to support your students when we're looking at other districts and looking for new member districts. These are some of the things that we talk about and they consider. So are there any questions specifically looking at the increase or anything else?
Any questions about this?
How many students currently attend the program?
We have 35 as of today.
Anything else? So do I have a motion to approve the SSA tuition increase rates on the schedule listed above?
So moved, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 5.
Madam President, can I review? It's getting late, and I know I requested both of these agenda items, and they're both good discussions, but I think these may be long discussions. And I don't know what the January agenda is looking like, but this is something to consider to move items 5 and 6 to the January board meeting, because I think there's going to be good discussion. If everyone wants to stay at it, but it's already 10:15 almost, it's up to everybody else, because I've got several questions and thoughts and commentary, and I know that it's an important conversation to have, but we only got 4 days till Christmas break, and then we'll be back on the 8th. So I don't know if that's if y'all want to stay tonight, I'm glad to stay, but I don't know how heavy it's going to be. Obviously, we shouldn't have the HSC conversation, which is an important conversation, but I don't think we have a district scorecard update as well. I know those ones take a little bit longer because we've got to
No, you do have a district scorecard update.
in January.
But but look, but we can push that to February if you want. Like, it doesn't, I mean, you all can tell me, hey, look, move that one to February because we want this, that's fine.
I just want to make sure that we're not having a, late night tired conversation. I don't know what everyone's thought is. If y'all want to stay.
I'm fine with moving it to January if ever, I mean.
I mean, y'all did the work, and I know the staff did, and it's been a long night. I just think we'll be fresher, and I mean, obviously, there's some other stuff we'll have to cover in January, but that's just a proposal so we can finish.
Would you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to move items 5 and 6 under new business to the January regular meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for making that motion, and to staff, thank you for preparing the information. Sorry that we're not going to get to it, but it's a late night. Okay, so item B, consent. 1, business services, A, over 50,000 purchases. 2, operations, A, Lee High School and Reagan High School kitchen serving line upgrade project bid delivery method approval. 3, minutes from November 2023. 4, end of consent. Do I have a board member wishing to pull an item from consent?
Madam President, can I pull B2A, please?
B2A.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay, do I have a motion to approve consent without B2A?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Byer. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item B2A. Mr. Hilliard.
I'm not sure this, from my understanding, this is coming out of the school nutrition fund, not our large primary O&M budget. That's a separate, generally federally funded program. That is a correct statement on that? And then I see lots of modifications. $4 million still seems kind of big for 2 schools, but I recognize that may just be the cost of doing business. But the real question is, are they going to put a bunch of sinks when they redo the plumbing? Because I will offer at Reagan High School right now, access to the bathrooms is very limited. So one of those things is having hand washing stations so that kids can have a little bit better sanitation. I don't know I know it's not getting the details, but I know right now many of the kids can't even get into the bathrooms near that they're very limited access. For the number of kids that run through that, I'm not sure what's happening at Lee, but I know at Reagan that's an issue. So consideration in the process to make sure that we have a bunch of hand washing stations if they're doing a reconfiguration, redoing plumbing, where you walk in there and hopefully encourage better hygiene amongst our high school kids. I'm not guaranteeing that it'll result in that, but at least I know right now there's issues with the access to the bathroom right there near the cafeteria at Reagan in particular. They're running 3,000 kids through there every day. So that was really the question is that part of the conversation to make sure, I don't know, it's part of the design, but I know they're putting the bid out, but have they actually done the final design yet?
So I don't know. I would have to check with the rules around that, Mr. Mitchell. I'm not sure that it's supposed to be spent in the kitchen, not necessarily in the building itself.
Yeah, they're just really doing the service lines.
Right.
Okay, but okay. Well, just a consideration, because I know right now there's limited access, at least at Reagan, to the restrooms near the thing. So, once again, not to do that, but just for consideration as they're cut within scope of the money spending. But those are my questions. So that's it, Madam President. I'll make a motion to approve B2A in consent.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 13, reports. A, interim financial and management reports. B, awarded bid report. C, federal grants report. D, open records request report. Those have been provided for you. Item 14, discussion and possible action regarding board members' request for items to be placed on a future agenda and our request for reports from the administration. Anything?
Oh, I have a question. Mr. Villarreal? Okay. Do you know how exposed we are to the derivatives market with the banking institutions that we are currently?
Wait, that I need a, are you requesting a
Yeah,
report for that?
I'm requesting a report.
Okay.
Because I'm very concerned because of some things that are probably going to happen in the banking industry. And I want to know what our exposure, if you've gone over the financials of these banking institutions to find out how exposed they are. And also, I would also like to know, because you had told me that in a previous board meeting that we had little exposure because everything was, we had oh, it's getting late.
Collateralized.
Yeah, yes, there you go. What collateral are they using, or are they attempting to use derivatives as a collateral? Is
No,
it physical assets that
Yes,
we
ma'am.
are?
So, Mr. Villarreal, be careful, because it's not agendized.
Okay.
So we can include that in your report,
Yeah.
okay?
Right, exactly. I just need to know that, because it's getting a little
So
wonky out there.
if I understood, your request would be for the analysis of the banks that we use, or would work through the derivative piece if there's a
If
concern.
they're heavy on the derivatives.
And then
which
the second
are-
piece, okay.
Right,
In the report,
exactly.
in the
And
report, okay.
What we are, if they actually have physical assets to back up our deposits.
Okay, so what's the motion then for the report? What is the?
Just a report, I would like to make a motion to receive a report about the financial stability of the institutions that we are currently using.
And that can, I'm sorry, but can that be a report emailed to you, or are you wanting a presentation at what?
I would just like to know that we're safe.
Start with an
Okay.
email.
So it can be an
Start
email?
with an email, and if I'm not satisfied with that email, then I'll ask for a report. Sounds fair?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
When there's a motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. Do I
That's
have
the
a
motion.
second?
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Anything else? Any other reports? Okay, item 15, adjournment, and the time is 10:16. Thank you all for being here. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your 2-week break.
Starting on Friday.